All right. Let's see here. You're good. I am fucking finally back for Mount Saturdays. Finally. In the background, I am sure you can hear the lovely Counter-Strike tournament that I've got going on. So you'll just have to watch or listen along with me because I want to watch and do this. So let's just get it done. Today's goal is finally to get this tired old Game Gear here. Well, apparently a little cleaned up, but also we're gonna throw an IPS display, well, a TFT display into this, as well as upgrade my current Game Gear to an IPS display. This one is completely stock and I never touched it. Didn't even put in glass lens on it. And my ultimate Game Gear, which is this one right here, has a TFT display, clean screen V1, modern power board with LiPo batteries. It's pretty nice. So we're going to be putting the clean screen V2 and a new audio board into it. And then we'll be transplanting the TFT display and clean screen V1 to this guy. And once we get that done, we'll also install a glass lens for it. So we'll have a much more desirable modded Game Gear. For those that don't know, the original Game Gear displays are quite terrible. So it's usually one of the first things. Now, also good to point out the systems. Do I have enough room to get to? Yes, I do. I have recapped all these boards already. These were done by me last year. Part of the very first things I ever did. Getting back into this hobby. Game Gear mods and repairs are very, very easy. They're also very affordable. And if you're ever really interested in learning how to do stuff like this and get into micro soldering and component repair and all that stuff, Game Gears are a pretty good place to start because they average about $30 for a broken one. I'd say the majority of them are very easily savable. And learning how to recap them is quite easy. Teaches you a few things, and then once you get your feet like this, you can move on to harder stuff. But for the most part, getting these things apart, taking the caps out, putting new ones in, all real basic stuff that's good to know and very easy. And if you screw up, it is not going to hurt you so much. It won't hurt your wallet as much. And there's plenty of parts for you to take advantage of as well. So, now, where did I screw up here? There's no screws in these, right? Double check. Oh, there are. There's two more Phillips. I knew there was a couple extra screws in here. So the one. I don't know how well y'all can hear the match in the background, but we are on the final stages of the Blast Spring event in DC right now. We have Heroic and Imperial on Overpass, and it's a pretty close game. Recently got back into playing Counter-Strike, and realizing how much I suck at it, but you know, that's okay. Alright, so that should be all we need for this guy to come apart. There we go. Yeah, they just all should come apart pretty easy. Now, you can see up here, we have the audio board right here, and then this is the power board right here, and they're just hooked in with some basic connectors. Just remove them, and we could set this back shell to the side. There's absolutely nothing else that needs to come off. So we have to pull out the main board here and remove a few things, as well as just doing a quick little look over. Yeah, I mean, everything looks good. It's hard to see, but there's a couple of little ceramic caps, but everything is held into place by Phillips head, so just have to unscrew. And the Phillips head screws are obviously a lot tinier than the shell screws, so it's pretty easy to keep things in line. You don't really need to separate them if you don't want to. Now, the V2 clean screen is even easier to install than the V1 screen. I don't know. I'm pretty sure they've probably discontinued the V1s now, although if a shop has them in stock, they'll probably still sell them to you, but I would suggest, unless you get a hell of a good deal on the V1s, to go with the V2s. The V2s can support IPS displays, whereas the V1s cannot. And the install is a lot easier. Oh, there you go. Maybe? It's been a while since I've taken these apart. There we go. Like I said, very, 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 very simple. So, the last thing that we've got to do here now, I didn't do it, and I should have, but I got lazy. So, this is a plastic screen lens, and they're kind of, at this point, showing their age, getting a little scuffed up and whatnot. So, we're going to just go ahead and pop out all the buttons and the membrane so I don't lose them. And I can just, yeah. See, this one was even coming apart. So just put a little pressure on the inside. And you can see like it's separated from the case and just kind of work your way around. Or you could take a little plastic pry tool, which I might do here in a second. I want to, there we go. And it just pops right off. And then we could just clean off the glue, pop on the new lens. Nobody cares about those plastic displays, so now there it is. Not really necessary to do this. I kind of like to because I think it kind of makes the new screen lay a little bit better. It doesn't have all this goopy old adhesive to deal with. Might just grab some IPA here in a second. The IPA will help kind of like just loosen up whatever glue is left after 30 freaking years. Glass screen lenses are cheap too, if you didn't know. I think I paid like, I had to buy 5 of them, but they're like $6 a pop. And so if you're going to do a lot of work on Game Boys, I highly suggest going to console5.com and find these guys and buy a pack of them and just hold on to them. You know, cheap enough, not gonna hurt your wallet too bad. Okay, so let's. Just kind of cleaning the rest of this up here. Once you kind of get the big goopy stuff off, the rest of it just kind of dissolves with the alcohol. I prefer the plastic stuff. Metal tweezers and stuff can scratch up the plastic, which, since it's being hidden by the glass lens, is not a huge deal, but I'm always I don't want to destroy anything if I don't need to. Sometimes just gonna. There we go. You can't deny it. One of the best feelings in FPS in competitive gaming in history. I'm just guessing. I'm no audio expert, but it's a true ASMR, isn't it? Small room with couple thousand people in there. This is probably the most labor-intensive part of this project, honestly. And again, it's completely not necessary if you don't want to do it. You can absolutely just lay the new lens down right on top of this stuff. But I've just found it, the ones that I did that on and the versus the ones that I didn't, seem to go on just a little bit easier. I mean, it doesn't even have to be perfect, just as long as I get, it's hard to see, but you can see like this white stuff here is pretty chunky. Like a good example is people were saying like the crowd noises around the blast mile and blast out was fake because they were really loud on our stream. But they were really small events. Like I tell you, somebody that was there, this is really fucking loud, and that's just because it was just a small room. So the first couple of rounds for the winning room, what it's happening with this one. You definitely got a sense, especially towards the end of the kind of CP side that the word like to play. It's very proactive style, very dynamic, switching it around, sort of shush pushing out, and even pushing out for the monster tone, find kills. Curious how Imperial will try and play this if they are going to also try and take a couple of risks, because if you give the space to Canadian here, you know he can put together a good round. Oh, the green team should be that's on stairs to the land. Oh, the land. Bring out the racks out. Personally, I like Axel. I like Axel a lot. Yeah, me too. I like that guy. They threw. Huh. That is. Maybe I should get some cleaner paper towels here. I'm gonna rub some white crap on this that I shouldn't have. No idea what that was, but just cleaning up real fast. I'm gonna just have to wipe this down with some alcohol at some point. I don't think I even cleaned this one. I just kind of recapped it and was like, this is going to be the cheap one I try to sell. And that captain, I wonder if that's factory captain tape. Now it's 11-7 Heroic, and that's who I picked to win this one. I think it's a BO3 today. Okay, here. refill that thing too with some more alcohol. All right. Well, push that through real quick and just grab it from the other side. There we go. Okay. Nice and clean. So, I've only got 3 of these left. Now, I'm trying to think. I don't think there is a way. Yeah, they're all individually bagged. I didn't think they don't have a piece of cling film on the front, so I really don't think I can install this until I'm ready to put the screen in. It's just going to get all dirty, so I guess we'll do that later. All right, so next thing that we got to do, I'm going to hold on to these buttons and membranes real quick so I don't lose track of them. Just throw them in the case. 2, 3 membranes, 3 buttons. Okay. Wow, Imperial just rolled over Heroic. Oof, man, what a round by Imperial there. All right, so one of the bigger things here, I guess I should have gotten my soldering iron ready, with these old school displays. One of the things that we have to do first is desolder the ribbon from the board. And then this is an actual backlight right here. This is a small fluorescent tube. I'm going to pull this off. And there's these 2 fuses, and then this inductor, I think, needs to go as well. So we do have some soldering work to get this board prepped for the Clean Screen V2 install. And I need to get some water for my soldering iron. Wow. Imperial is fighting back. I had really picked them to get rolled over by Heroic today, and they are not laying down, let me tell you. Some fresh water in that sponge. Let's see here, I'm gonna check what tip I got. Okay, that'll work. So this is it's kind of held things in place here with this tape. Let's just go ahead. This is all the parts that I need for the next install. Let's just move this out of the way so I don't ruin any of it. Okay. The cool thing is I literally have no plans to save this screen, so I really don't care what happens to it or the ribbon. You want to save it for whatever reason. Just take your time, go pin by pin, and I'll show you what I mean by that in a second.
Kind of feel like there's no way it senses that high, but also most people don't know like how high some people do play if they've played it for a while.
I gotta say, our adhesive almost tape is actually pretty good for what, like 35 years old now at this point. Tape's a little brittle, but adhesive is nice and strong. Anyway, everything else just works slowly at it. Once you start getting some of it broken away from the board, then the rest of it will just peel away. Not want to do that. There we go. Okay, so let's get that taken off.
No, that doesn't mean you can't use higher than that. Doesn't mean, you know. When you jump past
I might have just.
400 DPI, I think you're in some pretty crazy territory usually. There's very few players that are successful.
I have to say, this one.
Like somebody, for example, that is Forrest. Forrest usually plays faster than that as well. But he also was at that for a long time.
Oh man, this is. There we go. Alright, now we got that tape removed. We could proceed to unscrew the screen. Alright, that's good. I'm gonna get this little shield out the way here. Four screws on this metal shield. Again, we won't need to replace this because this is the backlight. Okay. Yeah, let's just get the so the backlight itself is just held in a single bits of solder there. And what we should be able to do is just kind of, again, since we're not really trying to save this, we could just kind of put a little bit of pressure on the tube. Same thing with the other side. And then once it pops through, and the whole thing will just slide on out. Should just slide forward. There we go. And there's the shield. Here is the tube. And theoretically, if someone wanted to go and reinstall this, they absolutely could. I don't know why they would, but hey, people do strange things all the time. Now that exposes what we were trying to get to. The reason that we remove the green tape is when we start to pull these pins off, which unfortunately I have ripped some pads, but they're fine, thankfully. And again, since I'm just doing a board swap and the clean screen V2 doesn't rely on this, it wouldn't matter anyway. But we can see the pads are still intact anyhow. So basically now what we're going to do, I'm zoomed in, no, I'm zoomed all the way out, is we're just going to go through, wet all the solder, and then just one by one, just lift up on the ribbon here. And yeah, you can see I kind of ruined the ribbon a little bit, but again, I'm just, like I said, I'm not planning on saving this. So now if you do install the version 1 of this board, is this not going back in manual focus? Come on. If you do go using version 1 of this board, you will need to make sure to at least, I think it's like pin 17 and 21 or something like that. Got to make sure that you don't ruin those pads. Now, obviously, should have cleaned my tip off before I started doing this, but we'll just go whip that up when we're done. Huh. I'm just going to use my hand. Honestly, get a better grip.
Oh my god. No way I missed it, bro. I fucking fucked this round. This is over anyway. I want to see. Oh, one second. Where we go? Where you feel like a genius if you're Canadian for calling what is more or less the same strategy twice in a row. We were just praising him for how nicely that worked out when you had just the fair utility. Holy shit, it is a fucking flaw. Holy shit, dude. Like you're ending it with an egg on your. Oh my god! Holy shit! What the fuck? He's got the 5 gifted the hat and the shoe? Holy shit! That's incredible. He literally has it on stuck on his head, dude. That's so fucking good.
So weird.
That is so fucking good. Alright, back to it. Oh my god. Austin, thank you so much for the 5 fucking gifted. That's fucking cock. Thank you. Huge W.
This is just being a pain in the ass. I don't know why.
Oh my god. Doing some nice talks in chat for Austin. Oh my god. Okay, guys. Prismatic with the fucking 5 gifted. Eventful with the 5 gifted. Alright, guys.
He sails in deep. Oh, that's big against down.
just does such a great job for heroic top runner for them, but
Dude, I do.
it's handicapped.
I mean, you guys do say fuck palm a lot, but I mean, I did give you an email for it, so I guess that's fair.
No one's touching Piotr at 27. A wild day for him to show up.
You appreciate it.
Okay.
That's a bit uncomfortable. Trying to be aggressive in this
Oh,
round.
that's Folsom Tyler, huge mod. Fly him out, all expenses paid to hang out in my yacht.
Just don't think I had enough proper pressure on the ribbon, so I repositioned my hand here. Come on. Oops, see, I just, it's just from the.
That's the double-edged sword of Imperial style, and in some ways, heroics for that matter.
Yeah, no, my head does not say fuck flying around the house.
Opportunity that they even create themselves.
That'd be fucking weird as shit. I wouldn't even lie.
Weapons and just yet.
I didn't mind, but I VIP'd him.
It's a slim chance, but a chance nonetheless.
Perfect. Now, this mess right here needs just a little bit of flux. And we'll just kind of run the iron over the.
2020 hindsight there.
Bust money with the fucking 5. 6, gifted, thank you, appreciate you.
Hard way to lose a round. Don't necessarily want to be seeing that, but you're right. It is the double-edged sword, and it's hard to criticize.
Go ahead.
The dollars worth in other rounds.
Grab some wick now. Just clean this up.
On the other side, he wants to go really well.
And then we'll just go through, double check. Yeah, we are good.
This long lurk is huge.
Go clean that up right now with some fresh alcohol, cotton bud.
That is the only premium rifle that Imperial are working with. At this point, it feels like it's just a formality. If you bring it back forward, you catch it. Bring it forward. Vinny instead is with USD. There's no 40 seconds, but all right, they're going to be crunching. I like this. Yeah, making sure. This is a huge way to do this.
Okay.
Only way is if falling speeds up. Or if Vinny goes for.
I might touch that up. That's looking a little funky in my opinion here. Not the worst, not the best, but let's just make sure that they're not touching. Okay. Yeah, we should be good there.
Definitely broke him with 23.3 steps out of you, 5, 10, 15. I did 21 gifted, Chad.
Recognize that. Exercising their last time out here, but they are really making heroic work.
Also, I have no idea if I get to the suburb or not, but yeah.
Has already delivered. This is an Imperial that everybody coming into it, we're going to be
So
underdogs.
now, if I remember right, the last thing I've got to do on this board, I might actually end up firing up my desoldering gun for it, is this guy right here. And I will go double check in a second. But L2. Yeah, I do believe it is L2.
This is Imperial's method. If they walk away with this win, I think Heroic are going to feel really good about what's happening. You feel like they have every chance of winning it. Infernal, the second map pick by Heroic. Balling's got the up.
which should be.
This is Imperials.
Minute 15 left.
I think it's
The name's being exchanged, but
this guy right here.
the longer they wait, the more they need Imperial out. Good damage onto Joseph. He's been the star for Imperial. There is no question about that. But he is limping into the rest of this round. Fallen's got to make something happen.
So we're heating up our desoldering gun right now.
Fallen, always keeping up the pressure.
Oh yeah, you guys could definitely hear that Counter Strike. I'm watching it in my microphone feed. It is 15-13 heroic. So last game of the match potentially, or last round of this game. Uh-oh. It is 4v2 right now. Bombs on A long. Ooh. 2v1 now. Fallen just wiped out 3. 1v2. Oh, there we go. And Heroic takes the first game. First map, I should say, if we want to be absolutely particular here.
I was really thinking Imperial could get over past, but
I want to know why this freaking desoldering pump takes so effing long to heat up.
that was cool.
I swear, like it gets the temperature and then it takes like another 2 minutes for it to preheat for some reason.
Homie had the shoe, the shirt. Okay, Andrew's giving a shout out. That was wholesome.
Oh, I do also need to take out these fuses as well. I completely forgot about that. So while we're here, we'll get that done as well. And the fuses are just 2 little solder points, and they pop right on out. You could just clip them as well if because unless you're going to use the original screen, you don't need them. All right, come on, thing, freaking heat up, would you? It keeps beeping. All right, so first things first. Go in and
You want to see the clip again?
or not?
This one?
Is that not even working? Let's do the old flood and drain trick here, huh? So we'll just add in some fresh leaded. This lowers the melting point, makes it easier for things to get wet, and this should now pick up on it a little bit easier, hopefully. There we go. Okay. Okay, that still needs a little bit of work. And maybe. Might need to put a little bit more in there and try it again, but we'll give her a pull here. And yeah, she's still soldered in there pretty good. So let's just go ahead and we'll add in more. I don't even know why I'm keeping that display. I'm just going to toss it. Not even worth it. All right, let's find you again here, and you were right here. Let's go ahead and just.
It's starting to make us believe Imperial really made us think they had a chance there. Heroic managed to dispel their demons, and they claim map number 1 in this series. Not even close. Exactly.
Okay. Let's try this again. Yeah, that didn't frickin' do it. I mean, might just heat up and yeah, it's like just not getting this last tiny little bit. Like, okay, come on now. Might just flux and lick it. Honestly, it's just not wanting to let go of that this tiny little dot of solder in there, and that's all it takes to hold a component in. But we can maybe. Yeah, let's just go ahead and do it the manual way, I suppose. I mean, I could always use a manual pump as well if it comes down to it, which I might end up doing. All right. That side, then this side. Clean up as well. All right. Try one more time here. Wow, it is just.
Thank you so much, Mike. So what I want to talk about today is Imperial. They're able to work together so well to bring this map so close. So
Just being a pain in the butt.
take a look at the
I'm also like.
We got Imperial here. They got 4 players. They only have pistols. Only one off. They don't really have anything to work with. Heroic, they have 3 players here.
So you want?
Take a look at how Imperial actually breaks this defense. First thing you're going to see here is that Essence. He's going to find this first one to Mini. But look at the way Cello swings up. He actually jumps out. By jumping up, what he does is he pulls his crosshair away to allow both the second one in to catch him off guard.
Okay, did that finally just let go? Still don't think so. It's like just holding on to this tiny bit of solder and just such a pain in the butt. There. Please. No, you're still soldered. I can see it. Like, it's just this tiny little bit of solder that refuses to break. I might just end up doing the old leg trick here and just breaking off the freaking legs at this point. Yeah, it is. Just not wanting to let go. Oh boy. Shouldn't be spending as much time on these things, but it just does not want to freaking go. Come on. There we go. See, it just dropped right on out. And we're left with this guy right here. Okay, so we can put you off to the side. I'm gonna have to clean the board off now because I just got a whole bunch of flux all over everything. And we'll go take care of these fuses. And we'll try do it at the proper way, and then if it comes down to it, I'll just clip the damn things, which is I think what I did in my original. The one that I kept for myself, I think I just ended up clipping them, but let's just go ahead. I like using my tools. That's why I bought them, right? Same thing, just a little bit of fresh leaded here. And we'll see if we can't just not really wanting to go. It's just hilarious how crappy this unleaded solder is. It is a literal cancer. Let's try it again here. Now it might be that fuse wire as well is just kind of making things a little difficult. Try to see if I can't just maybe bend that up a little bit. All right. A little bit easier when the leg is more vertical than not, as you can. There we go. Perfect. And you can see how it's moving nice and free. So we'll go over on the other side now and do the same thing. Alright, might need to go and again add in just a little bit more good solder here, because this stuff is just shit. Maybe I should wick it away first before. Oh, well, I just knocked the, oh, sort of did. Still hooked it? Nope, it came right out. Okay, no. That's all I needed to do. Once I got that solder to wet again, now we'll just go ahead and clean this tiny little bit of flux off the board. Alright. See just a little bit of this burnt crap here. Now I can't tell if that's ancient factory flux or crappy rosin flux from it's tester, so it's not crappy, but I always find that the rosin flux stuff isn't the nicest. Tends to burn pretty quick. Alright, so that should take care of fuse 1. We don't really care about the hole. So now we got to do the secondary fuse on the other side, and it is literally going to be the same thing. We're going to flood and drain, pop her out, and move on to bigger and better things. Okay. Got that.
I don't think it's from Dallas, but that day that I streamed the first long stream when Nori went to LA and I ordered that food. The first time in my life, I think I was having like a acid reflux type thing, and I've had it for the past every single day.
All right. actually. Just
But I took some Alka-Seltzer and it's helping. I've never experienced it before, but basically, like right here,
No.
like right here, it's sitting, and each morning before I was going to the fucking lift, because I've been lifting in the morning, not in the afternoon, I just, it comes up, you know? It's like, oh. The great way to start my workouts in the morning, I'm like, fuck. I don't know if it's from the event or what.
Okay, did that actually make it through, or should have? There we go. Oh, well, I just took the pad with it.
Pretty much since
I think.
it's been pretty chill. I think it was
No,
like cold.
it's fine.
I don't know what the fuck was in it.
Maybe.
I really, because remember, I stopped.
Doesn't even really matter.
I was just like, nope. And I just took it.
Looks like I took the pad with it, though. Normally not too violent when I'm needing to do this stuff on other stuff, but since, again, this doesn't matter if it stays intact or not, because I'm not. Let's try to see if I can grab and pull, but it is not. Yeah. All right, so we'll do it the old-fashioned way here. Since I only have this one side left anyway. There we go. Perfect. I'm just curious though. Did I actually lift that pad, or did I just pull off pad like solder? I don't know if I really want to try this because it's so close to the plastic, but I just want to see. I think I did take the pad off, to be quite honest, but nope. Tis fine. Alright. Now, the board is now prepped. I do want to go ahead. Let's just clean up this crap because I hate leaving burnt fucks all over the board. Add a little bit more alcohol to this bottle. So let's see here. Heroic is down by 1. Second round of the game. They are on Mirage. No, they're on Inferno. There we go.
That's actually fucking gnarly, bro. If they just did.
Alright.
Yeah, they do rolling starts, especially with the crowd there, yeah. They don't want to do rolling starts because they're just moving with so many BO3s, but yeah, the crowd there, 100%.
This guy right here. That's the power indicator right here. All right, looking good, looking good, looking good. So this one is going to take the new clean screen board. So now we get to do that. So let's get that installed. Now, is this?
That's like the fucking how I met you is to drive on that. What is it called again in Germany? The Autobahn or whatever?
Howdy.
Whoa!
Thanks.
Sign for
Yeah.
Sign and print.
Cool. All the way from the UK. I'm waiting for this one. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Well, that lovely knock on the door here was. Shut this off while I have it in my hand. As you may have realized, if there's anyone out there, I ordered a couple of Atari Lynxes, and the package that showed up today is the screen upgrade for that.
Yeah, if you guys are going to Columbus, guys, we made a Discord channel for it. Just like Dallas.
Cool. I'm going to add this to the pile of mod stuff, but that's going to come up soon. I'm really looking forward to getting this done. This is a very, very easy kit to install. From what I understand, it is literally just drop and play. Cool. Comes with a 3D printed screen bracket. And then there's the LCD driver board. Got a ribbon cable to connect things up with. Here's the flex cable, which I think goes to the actual links. And then I won't take it out of the packaging, but here's the IPS display. Or actually, I don't know if it's IPS or TFT, but it is a modern backlit. So, actually, we're going to keep that in this bag. And that way I'll know what's what. I'll stick this with the rest of my mod gear. Okay, so this is a one-chip board. I think this is a one-chip board, right? It looks like it is a one-chip board. I think a two-chip board will have another ASIC. And we will find that out in just a second, but I am 99% sure that it is a one-chip board. That's a two-chip. That's... I guess I got two of these for some reason. And here's a one-chip, right? I'll stick that here. And let's do here. And we're going to keep the screen and thing. So here is the LCD driver board, and it comes with two 3D printed brackets to attach the screen to. Now I think I'm going to use the original screws, and it goes just like so.
That looks a little silly, but Cadian's, I think, trying to get used to this. He's trying to see if he can catch it.
Or does it go like this?
I get what he was trying to do now, but
That feels more.
In some ways, unheroic. They're in a 2-2 defense, and that's simply not what they usually end up with. They usually end up with a stack.
I would say that was ambitious, right? I think it was an
Yeah, we're seeing that
ambitious start.
They got to do something with this movement.
Or does it go like this?
One of the reasons I really like watching this team is because they play that CP side.
Nah, yeah? Yeah, it's got to. There we go.
That was Cadian. Oh, yeah, there it is.
You're not giving yourself enough time.
Imperial loves the VM, bro.
Every single time. Flash on over. V going right through. Yeah, he's steering it, and he's going to push up behind him, but V just spins back for it.
No.
Imperial going to be at 4 rounds. There's no.
Well, that would be it. So, do that.
Question is, how much can Joseph do now? Can he find some more kills? Make this one really hurt? Really sting? But Yabi trying to go for that timing swing.
He's like a little color.
Okay. Okay, we're going to grab some of these tiny screws.
Method, his name is Sasha. I don't know. Oh my god.
You want to keep these alive. You want to give yourself a chance in the next one.
He gave me a bunch of different places last time I was in Cologne, years and years and years ago when I was there.
Shark coming through. They don't want to give away too much, but even just the one extra kill there is super.
Alright, so now
This is starting to become a real interesting beginning.
Hey, well, I mean, why not put it like? Why not just upload
I think they were
the
going to
same
make it hard.
content above?
Yeah. Okay. Romance is being assembled. Yeah, it looks so ridiculous for Katie to do that, but I think he's just trying to read the default of it. So he knows that they're
User calls that fucking play chat and they'll chop out cards. I'm not.
You got to touch the timing right there. So not going in his favor, and we're going to see it really heavy play. Nice shot from Texas. Oh, doubles up on it. Okay, no return from
Hmm.
Now
That's actually such a good punt play, bro. I'm a little surprised to see Katie and Gear getting blast.
They could try and blow him out of the corner. That would be a way to maybe get rid of him. He has to smoke himself, so then maybe not. He's going to be allowed to escape back around the corner. What a play from Texas. So we're going to go to that first round on the board.
And the issue that I'm struggling to remember now is what bracket goes where. Because I think
Felt like that had to happen, but Texas was playing a really safe game, just going for the jump spot right there.
this goes.
Usually, in these kinds of moments, they go for something crazy, but when you're up 5v3,
What is that? He's still fucked up, right?
just play back, play standard. And so Imperial.
Doesn't seem right either.
Calm down, you hard bastard.
Could be wrong, but maybe I am. Let's try it. Let's just go ahead and get this lined up here. I know I'm doing this all off screen. This is kind of the. I remember this being a pain in the ass with the other one too, is getting the fasteners into the brackets. Everything kind of fights against you here.
Oh my god. Oh, you took the banana.
How does he do it? Backball it and getting it done with the AK as well. That's brilliant.
Bro. This frickin' cable is.
I'm stunned. What? Out of this world, touch from fallen. That round, what the fuck was that? A 2 versus 5. You're getting flanked as you're setting up the execute in the 3-on-5. And before you even get into it, you lose a player. And it's like 20 seconds left. That's just unbelievable for Fallen. Really, what on earth possessed him in that moment? We've seen him get it done with the off before.
All right.
But I need to see this back.
What a round, dude.
And the headshot on the
Katie was sick.
He did not expect Paul to be there and instantly clotheslines him as he's rounding the corner. Look at that. Barely keeping for gaps. He's been here a million times, Anders.
Okay, there we go. So just get it started. Just kind of remember what I did last time is just get everything started and hold it into place. Unscrew it down too tight. Then we're going to go grab another one of these tiny screws. I'll do the other side. Okay. Okay, so now this should be.
You're like almost assuming the player knows where you're coming from, but they don't know. Like, Fallen thought he was going to be banana from his perspective. But from, I believe it was Shush, right? No way he's expecting Fallen to just still be planting in the open now that he almost just died.
Put some pressure on the defense. You want to stick with this double defense?
You know, it's just fucking wild. So he's thinking he's planting safe, right? You almost just died from Canadian by playing press orange. Surely you're probably going to lose the default. So from Fallen's view, he's like,
No, that's not right. It has to be right, though. There it is. Okay. Looking at the wrong hole, thinking that's not right. That's right. All right, so we got that lined up good, and I got one more screw, and then we can kind of tighten everything down properly. All right, so that's how it should look if you're looking at it from your perspective. But your perspective, you'll have the one with this little guy right here. Will be on your right hand side. Okay. Now, once we got all that lined up, we're good. Just kind of 3D printed stuff. I don't like to yank on the screws too much. But nice and what we would call, I guess, like finger tight. Alright. Okay, so honestly, that's probably as far as we need to take it. And now we could start doing the actual soldering work. Sorry, a little bit of brain juice there. Okay, so now these kits have optional but highly recommended wire. They call them wire-free kits. I mean, they're obviously flex cables, but instead of having to run a whole bunch of 30 gauge wires everywhere to various components and whatnot, he has developed a couple of flex cables that fit. The biggest thing, if you heard me say this before, is determining what style of board you have. You either are going to have a 1-chip or a 2-chip board, and then ordering the appropriate flex kit for it. So in this case, since I only have a single chip right here, we're going to use a single chip kit. Now, on either side of the board here, we have these little FBC connectors. So you flip the latch up. They are bottom positions, right? And everything, you'll notice that the flex cable has writing on it, so obviously you want to have the writing be visible. And then I would probably suggest installing the cable into the connector first. And then we just close the latch with our finger here. And yes, it's held into place. And then we could take a look at where things go. We'll do the same thing for this. Well, I'll leave this off for now just so I don't rip it, because I only have one of these for some reason. Okay, so the cool thing, sorry, I'm paying attention to this Counter-Strike match a little too much. The cool thing about these wire-free kits is, as we can see here, everything is lined out for you, right? So we know that right here it's going to be our 5-volt supply, and ground and start goes here. And then if we come all the way over here, we got this guy. So the creator of this kit suggests starting with the farthest point, then lining everything up, making sure everything's still in line, doing this point, and then going to this point, and then finally ending up at the volume wheel. So we're going to do that. We are going to pre-tin this part, a little bit of flux here, and then we're going to put a little bit of solder on it. It makes it kind of easier to just float, because solder loves flowing on other solder. And if you pre-tin these, don't need much, just a little bit. And we line things up here, just like so. See how easy that was? And then we come take a look up here. I mean, I think that's good enough. We could, yeah, we're fine. Same thing. We're gonna hold the flex down some tweezers here, and we're gonna try to get some flex to the both the flex and the pad below. And this one is probably going to need to get tapped twice. So we'll hit it with a little bit of solder here, and then you can see how it didn't get hot enough to actually. Well, it did. Okay, but for posterity's sake, we're gonna tighten this up just a little bit and see how it's kind of a little out of line. We want to squidge this down just a tiny bit. All right, there we go. Now those are better in line. You're going to have this transistor right here. A slight pain in the butt. It's going to be a little bit flexed in the air because of this. It's not a huge deal. I wouldn't stress too much about it. But just know this guy's going to get just a tiny bit in the way. As long as this isn't moving, and we're good here. Now you could say the only thing that I absolutely hate about his flex cables is whatever material they use for solder mask is garbage. It does not like heat at all. So you're probably going to see a little bit of damage around your solder joints. Don't worry about too much. If there's one thing, Luke, I know you're never going to see this fucking video, but if you're paying attention out there, buddy, this shit sucks. Drives me nuts about your products, man. Absolutely hate it. Absolutely hate it. So I think we're going to do the same thing. I'm going to okay. Okay. It's a little blobby, but that's all right. I just kind of wanted to do that. Perfect. And then finally, now if you've got a reposition, I'm going to clean my tip off here. That's a solder. I probably should have been using my favorite tip for this job, but this one works. Yeah, might need to. Just need to get a slightly better angle on this, so I'm not so cramped here. Okay, so let's just fix that gigantic effing peak that I created here. A little bit of flux. Flux makes your life just easier in every aspect. So if you ever get these really ugly peaks or crappy looking solder, just throw a little bit of flux into it and boom. Except this is the problem with the bowed part, is that it just does not want the flow. Oh, I undid the other side now too. God dang it. Let's do it this way. Alright. This is probably going to be the trickiest one, maybe. That's a pretty big gap, and then the backlight should be fine. Okay, let's try and do it this way. It's gonna be a little tricky. I don't like that big old blob on that tip there. Again, I'm using a pretty chunky tip here. There we go. Okay.
There's like certain things like with orders where even if you still got food, it should count as a full ribbon. For example,
And then once again, we'll just come in here and see how nothing's moving. Good solid soldering job, and we can move up finally to our last bit right here. This is the backlight control. Basically, this will still allow you to use the original backlight wheel to control the brightness of the screen, which is really nice. Top of which the V2 also has a OSD option.
it's Vinferno. It's Vinferno. Oh my god.
This could cost them everything.
Oh man, Imperial is running things in a freaking Inferno right now, huh? Same thing, we're just going to tin. Probably should have tinned those two paths to start just to make my life a little bit easier, but I think...
That's an insane round that Imperial could have definitely
Wow, man.
There we go. Okay, so let's go ahead and clean up this ribbon now.
In some ways, just careless for Heroic. Can't believe they overlooked that. Needs to be recognized.
If you're talking about Vinny, no, he did. Because oh fuck, how do I explain this quick?
Unfolding in such an interesting way.
Vinny was gonna actually originally try to go to B because they knew what was going on and he was trying to find another pick. Basically, Holland didn't want to move, so Vinny was still trying to find more and knew that they were split.
All right. So that's one side of the flex done.
So that means, like, with that long, they were probably 1-1. So then Fallen fell back, but then that also left Vinny in a position. That's why you saw Vinny start to fall back from that position.
All right. I think we should be good up there. I'm going to double check this. Again, you don't want to see any type of movement, and that is 100% soldered. Now, there are ways to test. They do give you these little test pads underneath this ribbon right here, which is, I know, a little counterintuitive, but so if you lift up this ribbon, you can see these test pads, and then you can go, so the bottom one of this two goes to the start, and then you can do some continuity testing to make sure that we're good here, but, like 5-volt ground, SMS, so like, I think if I did this, okay, so we're in continuity mode on my meter, which is when it beeps when I make a connection. So here's the 5-volt, right? Then up here, you can see we've got 5-volt. Bam. And then right below that, we have ground. And then right here, we have ground. And then start, which I think was right underneath this one, right? Right there. And then start. Now what that will do is allow you to activate the on-screen display via button presses. Oof, God, this is a match.
That Katie showed in those moments, just testing Bolt's patience again and again. Oh, that was incredible. I don't know if anybody was even thinking the last 20 seconds there.
All right, so now we got to go on to the other side, and we have another wire, which we'll leave this in the microscope view. This one has a lot more to solder. And once again, you're going to keep the writing to the sky so it's visible to you. And we have another flex cable connector. Once again, you flip the latch in the back, slide this all the way in so it's actually installed correctly and not canted. You can also see how it lines up on the edge of the board there, pretty straight. Let's double check on that real quick. Flip that back up. Yeah, that's 100% installed correctly. Cool. Okay, so this guy's a little bit more involved. Here, we're gonna, instead of doing that, we'll just move our microscope down here. But I think this side actually kind of lines up better. The trickiest part right here is going to be a T10. You don't want to bridge those legs in the chip. So P-clock, C-sync, left, I guess is the left button. Yes, it should be. So we're just going to go ahead and do the same thing. I'm going to start by soldering left up here. Or maybe I start with C-sync. Kind of like starting with C-sync, I think. So we're going to just go ahead and flex that up.
There's 7-1 common scoreline in Brazil.
More or less tied this game. Yeah, Bolts and Vinny are still here, but under 60 HP each, this is going to be nearly impossible, especially with Shush's position. That's just so deep. He's cutting off so much. I don't think.
All right, and then we can see we've got no movement. We'll probably add a little bit more solder into that, to be honest, but I just wanted to kind of tack it down so I could get to this pad right here. To the left. So left is going to go straight to that capacitor. God, this freaking cat in my life, man, I swear, it just gets caught on everything. Not a huge deal. All right, so
For both sides, I'm sure for Gear it would be kind of nice to get the.
we actually managed to get that soldered pretty good without much effort. Did both at once, which is nice. So we'll just come in here and we'll just double check. And again, I think he does the same thing. He'll give you test pads on the right side of the board, test the right flex cable. And then all we really have to do now is just continue to flex and tin and connect as we go. Okay, that's good. Once again, nice little quick wiggle test. You can see nothing is moving. Probably would add a little bit more solder to that as well, although it could just be the lighting. It looks a little thin, but not too bad. Okay. So I think I'm going to do 5 volts first here, because that should make the semicircle pad next a lot easier to deal with. Okay, so come here, I'm going to push you down. And perfect. Now, I'm gonna get a better angle on this side here. I'm gonna feed in some wire directly. There we go. Then I can come over to this side. There we go. Perfect. Looking good. And once again, I mean, I know we're good, but we're going to just give it the wiggle test, and you can see it is nice and solid. So T10 here. Again, the thing you really want to be careful of is you don't want to go too far up. You don't want to bridge any pins on the ASIC. If you do, not the end of the world. Just come in with some solder braid and pull them off, but just make your life a lot easier and watch your tip. Okay, I'm going to push down a little bit on the cable just to make sure here. All right, that's good. All right, perfect. Now, these little guys that we're going to do next, they're probably going to be the trickiest part, and it's just mainly due to this chip and all these passives. And if you could do the other ones, you can do these ones. It's the same process. We're just going to go in, we're going to add some flux, a little tin, and then solder, and then check for bridges. Okay. And then once we get this done, we are pretty much scot-free at that point.
What's wrong with being pale and fat? Hey. Oh yeah, dude. Him fucking transform like crazy. Even the person with the bigger transformation than Pimp is for sure toughness.
Okay, so now I'm going to come on this side. This is probably where I should have used a much. All right, and because there's a plastic connector just dangling in the air, just keep in mind to the audio and power jacks. You don't want to tap them with your soldering iron and melt them because it's not an easy job to fix that, unfortunately. So do yourself a favor and try not to do that. Okay. So obviously these are not connected right. And I am questioning whether or not I want to use a smaller tip. In fact, I'm not going to question. I'm just going to do that. I have a nice, I don't know, call it a micro tip, but okay. I just like it. This tip for finer, more cramped work. All right, so now this should be a little bit easier here.
We want to see more of it. Washington, do you want to see more from Fallen?
Okay, I'm kind of. I think these last two need just a touch more. There we go. There we go. Okay. That should be good. I don't know if he's actually got test pads for those specific resistors. It would be kind of nice if he did. So we've got the first couple, those last two again. I'm going to hit that second one up just in case. It's looking a little funky for me, but there we go. And then this last guy. Should have enough there to do this, but just in case, yeah. We'll clean this up and then take a look.
He knows there's no stack of you now. Worst case scenario, they're thinking of 2 years. Like, did the phone have this stuff?
Looks good.
Didn't he have a smoke?
Looks good. Now you can see what I was talking about here. Like, it just... See how you can see all the white is chipped away? Like, this little solder blob's gotta go too. You don't want to leave those lying around. I got another one I got to take care of as well that I saw. So just this guy right here, since it's not actually soldered anything, can break free and then short stuff on you. So if you ever see solder blobs and flex cables that... Did I just cut myself, or is that... Oh, it's ink. God dang it. It's like, why is there red now? There's some factory marker that the alcohol must have just... Yeah, see right here. Whatever this red stuff was. Marker or goo or whatever the case, my hands are now red. I'm going to have to go wash them, I think. Give me a second so I don't get red over everything here.
Just because, like, a lot of that stuff, when you do that, it's just prone to... Short version, it's trying to reopen depending on, like, how they do it. From my understanding.
Sorry, if I don't clean this off my fingers, I'm going to get it on the screen. I know it. Okay. Alrighty. These screw bags should go with my client's Game Boy. Alright, multimeter, I know you're turned on. Alright, back to this. Yeah, look at that. Even the lettering is really not all that good. So, here we'll just prove some things here real quick. So we got left. Left here. And then that goes to here. Now C-Sync. Yeah, oh, there it is. C-Sync and P-Clock are right there. And there's C-Sync, P-Clock. Now I don't know. So SMS, 5 volt. So SMS is on this side, right? So we've got, see, SMS right here. And then that's this guy. And then 5 volt, which is the same 5 volt from before. Should be on the same circuit. Now T10, I don't know if I actually have a pad for that. Might be underneath here. Maybe? No? I don't see it. Alright. None of these down here. These are all just resistors, and I'm sure as long as... Yeah, nothing's moving. I'll just say that we're good and solder down there.
Yeah, the concept felt a bit wrong.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. That really does it. That's it. That's all we need to do. Now, obviously, we've got a test and everything, but what we're going to do next is we're going to grab our old setup. We're going to transplant it into the shell we just removed this from. Then we're going to take that and we are going to place it in the new shell. So here we have this. Now, I think at this point I'm actually going to put the glass lens on, and then we will go ahead and make sure to not get our fingers all over the damn thing. Alright, so let's grab a lens. Again, I got these on console5.com. They're stupid cheap, and I highly recommend them. I know, unless you're really just a purist and you absolutely want to keep everything stock for reasons, I would say these are the way to go, like, quite honestly, because they're just so nice. Alright, so I like to pull the middle thing off first, right? There's a middle covering. Pull that off first. And that exposes that. Okay. Now they fit well, but from the few that I have installed, I will say, try to align
Opportunity there for Stallion to actually find him, but doesn't quite keep wide enough. Oh, this is a lot of weight on Ball's shoulders now. His team's all over that inside, but Vinny, it feels like they have to rotate over at least.
Okay. Grab. Grab a fresh paper towel. Maybe, if I could find it.
Like, we didn't know if it was going to be like its own thing or like.
Trying to avoid rubbing my dirty ass fingers all over this fresh glass, but before you press down, just kind of make sure everything is in place. Okay. And just set it in place, really. And pressure all around where the adhesive is. It'll set it down and. All right. All right. See, now I'm going to take a koala cloth and just kind of clean the inside of this lens.
Then look above the numbers, and then if you want to know whose map, what map we're on and what choice, or whose choice it is, it's literally right there.
Sharper now, 3 in a row for Imperial, and after such a long.
Oh, you don't want map 3. Okay, I was like, bro, what do you want map number? I was like, dog, it's right there, man. I don't know what to tell you, dude.
I love this crowd. Someone's trying to start a Let's Go Canadian chant, and he's just getting booed.
Yeah. All right. We look to be good. I'm just checking the inside of the lens here to make sure that I've got no dust on the inside. Unfortunately, these fucking cat hairs are driving me nuts because apparently they just instantly attracted to any type of adhesive in this house.
That's what I'm talking about. Proud to be American.
We're cheering for all those American teams, chat. Pass us with 77-3776 18-37.
Yeah, that one perfect. Okay, so we've got that, and we can kind of use this koala cloth here. This should be cool by this point now. Put that back in. All right, so this will kind of keep this from getting too gross. And then we can start putting buttons and shit back.
That's audible. Jello's plumbing that right now.
So we got the.
It's so difficult to keep right there. Looks like they want to pop in a bracket. To set it up. There might be an extra surprise here. Jello, easy. Think of who's ready for it. They got cold.
Oh, but this Jesus.
Get out there. Coach has gone down in the meantime, but it's a 4-on-4.
This is novel.
You know what? Let's go for B instead. It's a delta. I think they're going to get crushed coming through here. This is a really hot off angle. And before the smoke even goes up, should try to make a run for it. Bolt is going to get traded. It doesn't change the fact that Biggie is still in the live construction. I think this is a smart play though for her. Get the ball down and put the pressure on the Imperial to try and go for the retake.
Might end up needing to kind of. Well, yeah, this is not. These are not in right. So let's swap these two. So just like the Game Boy buttons, these are indexed to fit in a very specific way. So you can't really put them in wrong.
Oh my God.
Now keep that. So with the D-pad, there's a couple little pegs on the membrane that you gotta attach here. Is that installed? There we go. Right, so I got a peg on the right and the peg on the left. And that's what holds that membrane into place. And then I think the rest of them are they just kind of sit on top of the buttons here. Unfortunately, there's nothing to really kind of lock them in. So just settle them in the buttons as best you can here. There we go. And we're going to have to now actually set that aside. Set this aside. And I'm going to have to get into my personal Game Gear. This is where the screen. Am I missing a screw here? I am. Oh, I'm going to pull my cartridge out. Oh, I almost forgot. There is a post modification I'm probably going to have to do. When you install these mods, the game bit screw that goes right there, they always recommend that when you unscrew it, am I missing? No. Maybe I just need it smaller. Anyway, the game bit screw gets in the way, so you do need to basically remove the screw and throw it away, and then cut the boss that it goes into off. All right, so we're gonna pull these off. As you can see, I've got my rechargeable battery packs are installed in this unit. You know what? I think
stuck, and there's a rotation of third man even coming in to help out. They're getting stuffed. Imperial are doing such a great job. They're reading the play.
They have to stack over both of the phases. This is like how they
left. Sound barely any.
I thought Vinny was gonna do it because they have a stack. Oh my!
Actually, convincing argument to say, oh, they're going for it. Oh, Vinny's right there. This is easy picking. But no, Driscoll goes back and Bolts closes it out.
Wow! Imperial looking like heroic.
Imperial is running this map. Guess we're gonna have a map 3. It looks like. Alright. Okay, so that should be all the screws, right? Yeah. So now I'm just gonna go ahead and see if I can't pull these out because I don't want to lose them.
This is probably closer to where you start to think, oh no, they haven't found a single key round after the pistol and the following two. They haven't really won gun round versus Imperial. It's been Imperial who have been the decidedly better team this half. Imperial, they want to see Nuke. I think everybody here wants to see Nuke. Nuke's my favorite map. Closing it out on that one. It'd be beautiful.
Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and make our lives a little easier here. I'm gonna clip these batteries back into place now that I got the screws out. Then we can detach the back from the front, so to speak, via these cables. So this is going to get set aside because I'm going to be replacing the audio board and the speaker in this one. Alright, so now we can see. Oh, I guess both these are one chips. Can't remember if the one chip was the earlier or the later rev, but anyway, what we're left with now is a simple board swap. So we don't even have to bother with soldering or desoldering or any of that. This is literally going from spot A to spot B. And it's hard for you to see, but there are. So we used to have to solder the flex cables to the LCD driver, but now they're slide-in FPC connections, which is kind of nice, honestly. You know, something never really does happen. A little less work to. Oh, that's right. And then these big guys right here. And one more screw up top here. Okay. All right. Cool. So this guy is going over into my brand new freshy board right here. So we'll just do this. Oop, see? Little membrane is slightly out of spot there. So now I just kind of drop you into place. Now, okay, that should be fine. Oh, that's right. I'm an idiot. Okay, so remember how I was telling you before? We have a slight bit of shell mob we got to do. So this post right here at the top, just take a pair of flush cuts. And I highly suggest doing that before you put the buttons in. Now we've got to clean the inside of this again, I think. Might have. Flom's having an orgasm right now, folks. Alright, now we should be good. So you can see how that didn't want to fit in before because it can't fit in. It should literally just drop into place once you have everything properly positioned. Wow, Imperial literally just came back and stole that one from Heroic. No, something doesn't feel like it's. Pull this little extension port plug out here real quick. I don't know if that's catching on something. It doesn't feel like it's sitting right. And there's the dust cover. Let's maybe install that properly here.
Holy shit, dude.
So this little dust shield only goes in one way. Line it up on the pegs. Try not to touch with my fingers to stop it from getting all oiled up. Anyway, just line it up on those little pegs and kind of push it down around them, and that'll hold it into place for you. Keep it from flopping around. Oh, I'm an idiot. That's why it's not going in right. So the button membranes for the other model came with the board. So I'll just pull those out. Now it should fit in just fine. It wasn't nothing to do with.
What a cringe, dude. So cringe. You're so cool and not cringe. Master race, dude.
Reseat the D-pad membrane here real quick. Okay. Okay. I'm going to start with the cartridge slot screws first.
Dude, no way you cut it off that quick. Whose clip is this? Hobo, dude. Ah, damn it, dude.
Okay.
Cut it off where the crowd gets hyped, dude. Let's see this one.
Well, I gotta watch this again. What did he do? Just hide the smoke? Oh, he ninja defused. Wow. That was nutty. That was pretty nutty. What a risky defuse, and you won it.
Oh, shit, dude. What a fucking map. Oh, he's playing the recorder that they call the flute. Oh, dude.
So these are pretty simple devices. So easy to work on. Not much to You know, they have two styles of screws pretty much, and single bore, 2 layers, and plenty of spares available for them. It's a very fun experience working on Game Gears. Now, the one thing that does suck about working on Game Gears is when you go to recap the son of bitches. They stink. They stink really bad because old electrolytic fluid smells really bad when you heat it up with soldering iron. Okay, so then we just reverse everything. Did I really break that, or did I just melt it before? I might have melted it a little bit when I installed that one capacitor. No big deal. Anyway, just plug the plugs where they gotta go.
Dude, look at the stats again. Similar to what Jordan did on Overpass, dude. They're all popping off right now. They're taking turns. Jordan's still actually had a pretty strong map, too. Fucking Vinferno, baby. Vinferno. He's had this nickname for so long for a fucking reason, boys. It is his map.
I don't know if I potentially melted this connector some, or well, the middle's a little wonkified on it. There we go. Nah, just need a better angle on it, I guess. Alright, so we got that. And we got this. Now I think after all that is said and done, I gotta go find this. I actually have a power adapter for the Game Gears. I think one of the earlier ones I bought also came with an adapter, which is why I spent a little bit extra money on it. Because it is so much nicer to plug this in than install 6 batteries and uninstall 6 batteries. Basically just gotta... Let's go grab...
Had some great clutches to keep him in that
this. Now, sometimes when you're kind of doing this testing, the shielding might... You gotta make sure you got the shielding tucked in good, because... Do I have to cut those tabs, actually? Yeah, I do. Okay, I forgot about that. Alright. It is not a straight swap. So there are these metal tabs right here that we have to take care of. And the way we take care of them is we unscrew the shielding. I think there's 2 styles of this RF shielding, and this is the nicer one to deal with. The other one's extended further down, but anyway, these tabs have got to go until I take a pair of flush cuts and just trim them off. Oh shit, actually, did I have to use real scissors on this last time? Yeah, this might be a little too thick for those flush cuts. I do have some thicker snips here. It does not like me today, huh? Well, I just have to use scissors?
Well, every joke has a bit of a trick behind it, you know? Or every good joke, rather. This actually could have been too appropriate. Well, no, I think Maniac's right there, and same with Moses. Like, when you're in these situations, if you're Imperial, you cannot think about overpass and how close you were, or you will burn out.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you know, screw it. We'll just use a scissor.
And the game gets close, you start to, it's like in the back of your mind. You have to actually like get that shit out.
Yeah, so if you deform the metal like I just did, no big deal. Here, too, now be careful after you just trim these things, because these trims will be pretty sharp. And you can just bend things back into place. Probably good idea to maybe get some tin snips or something. These scissors do work. Just take your time with it. They are going to deform the shielding a little bit, but if you need to bend it back, you need to bend it back. All right, now should be good there.
It's impossible not to be like, I'm just watching them girls fly as fuck right now. Like, it's just a fun match right now. They've been playing some insane Counter Strike, you know? Chat, I noticed you. This is a 3-minute at this time, just a quick one. Alright, so this match is the banger that we all hope it is. We're all good, okay? 3 minutes, we're not missing anything. I have feel this.
Okay. God, man, it's been a journey, but not too bad. Not too bad. It's probably taking me a little bit longer just because of the rework I'm having to do here. All right, let's get you plugged back in. And we're going to get you plugged back in. Might have to. Nope, there we go. That time it went in okay. And we're going to get you plugged back in. Perfect. Alright, now if we slap a game in, should keep the case has together nice and good for us, and then we could just do a red light test, and obviously audio and all that stuff too, but we just want to see the system boot to red light and make sure that we're not shorting everything out, and yada yada yada. Okay, there we go. Volume works. Oh, see. Uh-oh. Oops. Well, let's get her back together. I think we could actually just do it. If we really wanted to do this test, right? Just do this, honestly. That'll keep the fast from shorting out, and I can test the. Alright. She works, folks. She works. Now, we have the fun part. We're actually just screwing her back together. And then once we screw her back together, we do a final sanity test. Now, take the game bit screw that you pulled out if you did this and just toss it, because if you try to reinstall it and forget about it, then you will absolutely ruin the brand new screen that you put in there. Alright, so alrighty.
Popping off too. Every single player in this one has had content because all I do is go to stream, so we got cases for. That's what they have to call it now. This is the last tournament before the player break. He won the back for his team, and the injury fused into a with the 15-month private thank you. John Camping with the 7-month recent thank you. So sick, and now we're ready. Getting into the third, and Matt, it's going to be on Nuke here.
Nuke for the final map. Wow. I hate Nuke. I am not a good Nuke player. I'm not a good player in general, but Nuke, I'm definitely not a good player on. Because that one's good. Make sure. I think I got just one left. Okay. Don't need to wang them down too tight. Just make sure they squeeze the case halves together. Put that back into place. And we've got our battery holders. No, I was correct. There we go. And there we go. And then we will do one more final sanity check.
Yeah, he's got the movement they wanted. They're gonna end up
Oh, that's right. I need a game in there. This audio jack is not too good on this power board. And then we're going to go and just test the buttons real quick. I'm doing this off screen because this audio for the power cable is not working right. Yes, sir. That is a fully functional Game Gear. And now we're going to move on to the second one, which is my personal build. And I just wanted to clean up some of this fingerprint crap.
Somebody asked me this earlier if I think Heroic 6 was designed for they keep failing. The problem that Heroic will have, like, making a change, right?
All right.
All of them are taking a poo. They're all taking a piss.
Cool. Well, got that done. That feels good. I've been wanting to get that one done for a while. Now I have two of those that are upgraded and ready for sale. Need me some brain juice here, folks.
They collectively, as a unit, underperform.
Now, I did forget, on the V2, we have to solder a couple things on the LCD driver to activate the IPS. and to potentially set up a color palette here. So, according to Team Retro 6, we have a couple of solder points that we need to get to. So, where are they? There they are. DAT4 and DAT5 need to go to ground. And is it that ground or is it? I'll flip this around so I could actually read it. So I'm guessing that is where it's supposed to go to. Yeah, it's got to be. All right, so let's go ahead and tin this up.
Holy shit, there's no kick. So it's a 10-second defuse. No fucking. Holy balls. Otherwise, this round's already lost. Now they're going to commit to it, and the clock is running against them. I don't think you can. That was way too ambitious, bro. He's slowly trying to get it there, but on the other side, and they're going to get the full-on defuse. It's all with the 12 months under the game. Appreciate you. That was way too ambitious. Rika, thanks for the 6 months.
All right. A little bit of solder there. And we're gonna go and
That's awesome, man. Congrats on the house. Congrats on the fucking kid. Huge W. Huge W, bro. That's awesome, man.
all right, so now I'm gonna take some 30 gauge wire here. Cut way too much, which is fine.
It really is like if many of you weren't around back in the day, Heroic is basically TSM. If you don't know who TSM is, well, TSM lost in every quarters and semifinals you can fucking imagine, mostly semifinals. That team, would later be known as the team called the Straws. So you definitely just stick with it. There were changes like made along the way, like here and there, but.
Okay. No, I'm probably gonna do this the other way. And that way, my life is a lot easier. Okay. And we're just gonna give myself a little bit of slack so that I'm gonna strip this. Trim that down too. That's way too much. There you go. Okay, and same thing with this guy. Good. Perfect. And we do the same thing. Just trim that down some. Okay. Got some spare wire I can just hold on to if I need it. Same thing, we're just gonna just trim the ends of these real fast, and I'm gonna try to get both of these soldered in at once because they're both going to ground. So, be right back. The stream likes to fuck up on my Xbox. Right, logos. Just get this fired back up again. Yeah, it's their Xbox app for Twitch is just terrible. Alexa, what time is it?
It's 3:07 p.m.
Wow, it's already 3 o'clock. Jeez. Been at this for a couple hours now, I guess. Come on, Xbox app. There we go. And we'll put you back on. Perfect.
you know, at that time, I would have thought, you know, like in terms of how he.
Much of Inferno was just Imperial dumping on
I
her.
was a really like at the timing of that whole thing. It felt it was crazy. Like
Okay. Alrighty, sorry about that. How to get the stream running again. Hopefully I'm still running myself. I've been having some issues with that lately, apparently. Alright, what am I doing here? Did I get that tinned? I did get that one stripped. And I get the other one now. And then we're going to try to do both these at once, since they're going to the same pad. So what I'm doing here is, I think DAT4 tells the board that I'm running an IPS display when I short to ground. If I short to 5 volt, it lets it know that I'm going to be using a TFT display. And then the other one is it's like a color palette thing. Apparently there's some color palette issues, and I solder it to ground to start, and then I only get green or something like that, and I got to unsolder and then resolder to 5 volt. Let's just make this easier on ourselves, huh? Can I do this at once here? A little.
and this is probably worst case scenario for Imperial, running that missile early during force. You're not, the half isn't over, but it just they're gonna really have to grind this half out. This is probably the best start Heroics had out of the first 2 maps.
Just try to make my life a little bit easier here. It's going to get kind of toasty with my fingers so close, but I think that should do it. Alrighty, and then as you know, I'll go and clean a little tiny bit of flux up that's on this board. Grabbing the other side right now. We're going to route these below this connector here, because that is what the LCD plugs into. So we're just going to kind of run it behind that. Make my life a little easier when I go and... Alright, so now we're going to do a quick test. So it is always advised and usually required when you install a new screen. Does this have... Is there? Yes, there's. Okay, thank God. Yes, so, and I'll even show you. I'll even show you. Look at this. It even comes with a nice little business card. Warning, test before installation. Yeah, a lot of these places when you buy screen mods will not support or accept a return if you fully install the screen. But if you do what is known as a dry fit, you do a dry fit, which is basically just what I'm doing here, which is we're going to install this like so. Perfect. And then we're going to take our bottom half. All I really need is to install the power side of things here. And my lipo should be good, so I should just be able to very carefully do this now to make my life easier. There we go. No? There we go. Alright, so grab this cart. And we turn it on. Something is not right. I have a dead short. It is not happy about something. So I've got to re-go over my connections now. Okay, so it's set to a 1-chip. Alright, well, that's disappointing. But okay, no problem. I'm just making sure I didn't screw anything up there. Okay. So we screwed something up. Weird. What did I screw up? Must be some of those resistors down below. Let's take a look at them again. Yeah, maybe that one at the end. Let's do that one again. I don't like the way that one really looks, so we'll go ahead. I mean, it looks like it's fine, right?
Yeah, that was too close for comfort if you're Imperial and Heroic. Thought that we were going to be seeing some more units flying out there.
Just double checking. I mean, everything looks fine. Yeah, I don't know what it's not happy about. That is definitely soldered though. But you know, what the heck? You know, let's just try again, I guess. I don't know. I don't really know what to say. Definitely. Just go ahead and resolder this. I know I screwed up this one right here. Well, that's looking good now. Okay. Alright, we're going to test again. I am a little confused right now. I am missing.
They just kind of keep going for these fights. It feels like there's nobody, generally speaking, on the side. Usually you want that backside of the player, someone tucked in deep, so that you can at least create a crossfire. But Broker playing from behind in a lot of these situations. They're only fighting from the control window, the door itself. That doesn't enable you to have all the angles possible. It doesn't actually put that much pressure on Imperial if they're going to have
Oh, that's the speed. Yeah, never mind. I'm an idiot. Okay. Oof. Okay, so
This stretch finish, though, has been something that Imperial have really been liking. Consecutive rounds where they're able to find a lot of value taking that space. And it actually seems like Imperial came into this with enough prep to recognize that Heroic do stack on that. They will put their knees inside games when they try to stop those quick A rushes. It's rare who usually falls onto one player, even one player.
Yeah, and especially with KD, who's been one of the famous secret stands. Sound would have just walked through a door and just gotten blown over by a strong breeze of wind.
Down to 31.
If they win this like, they literally went for the round. You know what I mean? Like, and then you just had 13 out to save. Like, I don't know.
Call him tie the score. Very possible. Here we go. Some outside smokes here. Joker's been doing a great job making his way down secret. Found value.
same. Oh wait.
On that B hit.
No, the brightness control is working somewhat.
There's definitely times to mention it, but I feel like you guys always do probably the worst fight.
Make sure that he doesn't find that spot. That's
Hearing a very loud whine too, which I don't like particularly.
Yes, but I would put it in single digits. The same on the first side of
Well, shoot, folks. I don't know what's going on here. There are some options on the LCD board. Oh shit, I guess I've been stuck in that backlight test. Start. 2-chip. No, it's in 1-chip. Over here. And we should be at 4 to 5. Ribbon V. P clock. Like, do I need to touch that up again? Like, that looks fine, but I mean, we did test that. Like, my P clock is right here, and if I touch it, yeah, that's fine. That's C-Sync. I do have that soldered, right? I'm really confused now. Like, I guess I might have screwed up another one. Let's just check this resistor out right here. SMS and 5-volt. We tested this out though. I was really convinced. Yeah, that's soldered just fine. T10. I guess I could try to smooth this one out, but I mean, again, this seems like it's soldered fine. I don't know what's the problem, honestly. Like,
You get a 32-inch?
Still potential for a bounce back for Imperial in this one. They got to figure out what's been working for them so well. Those ramp hits have been great for them, but it doesn't seem like that's always going to be replicable. Just gambling to push that side of the map repeatedly. Only looks maybe a couple of times and a half. Yeah, Heroic. I mean, people now,
let's just pull it into inspection mode here. Take a look at these resistors. But as far as I can tell, it's good enough, honestly. Like,
Oh, there we go. That's the sound we're used to seeing in the group. So
There's nothing wrong.
yeah, this is the performance they've been missing in the 70s.
Nothing wrong with those solder joints. They are 100% connected. Absolutely not the issue.
We saw him even a couple of rounds prior trying to go through that smoke towards outside, getting punished for it. This time, it works out for him. That's what star players
Why is
do.
Imperial surprising me this week? But they're surprising everyone.
Sometimes to a fault, but this time, nothing is failing Stout. 1AK upgraded pistols. Again, it's looking thin for the Brazilian side. They had some miracle rounds on some of the other maps that were able to pull them back, that were able to sort of bounce them back. They need one of those right here because this is slipping out of their hands. Nuke is a different matter. I don't know where the work have found this strength from because it must have been a devastating loss on Inferno. Really, really hard to deal with the way that it played out. And yet they look like they are bringing it back here. This is my favorite thing at this event. You gotta give him props, you know.
I mean, I get 100% get a red light, but is the game not being recognized or something? I'm gaming it right now, but
He's been a bit quiet too. Tricky here to participate at the right time. I think he looked at oh no.
no, it's just
30 seconds left in here.
Holy shit. Alright. Alright.
And by the time we realize what's going on, it's too late. That's unforgivable. Yeah, that is. That is. You need to have your eyes on something there. Change the angle up perhaps. I mean, so many people when they want to defend that.
I am so confused right now. I know this is like great because you guys can't see shit because I didn't put the camera back on, but well, I am testing using an original cart too, so like I know. Here, let's do this because I want to know if it's actually booting. I mean, if I'm getting a red light, then can this?
And then we got Shello just running across with the CZ. Katie didn't even know what hit him.
Never mind, Mattress has got it.
Do that.
Just avoid sound, it's easy win. True, just simply avoid them. This guy's smart as fuck.
I mean, this is the opening, the one opening maybe that Imperial have to get back into this game.
Man, honestly, when you guys get cooking, man, it's insane.
Right now, the top has to be about ramp. At least three, if not all four of the rounds that Imperial has won on the east side have been focused about taking ramp control relatively easily. They didn't even really have that much utility in that round. They didn't even have to find a fight. They've just been finding timings. With that space, they've been converting. Something is going wrong here in the heroic defense. They're still 8-4, but now is the time to figure that out. One little around skull, Imperial. Sound is one of them. He's making the difference right now. Here's a scoreboard, and everyone else hovering the most around 10-ish kills and less. The Sound is 17-4. Real impressive work.
Yeah, see, I'm not even getting any sound. Oh. What was that?
He jumped down into the M4 and now Stout committed to the fight. And there's a reason why. He is a monster. 3 kills. He went out so easy. Alright, well, he showed up.
Just avoid Stout, guys. Just avoid him. Right?
Maybe the late look. The guy who's controlling the rotation down the vent. Maybe shooting in the back and instead he's on his own. Stone is the difference right now. Stone is immovable. There's nothing that's getting
This is the performance we've been waiting out of him, bro, for a semifinal.
so great about himself right now. Yeah, Yabby. That's a little bit unfortunate. And the thing is that Cello found that jumping shot and still heroic cleaned up Imperial.
What the heck?
Astounded.
What is going on?
Man, Stout is just
He cleaned that shit up heavy, bro.
put him on his back and said, "We're getting to this grand."
I might have to actually like go back and watch the install video again. Because there is literally nothing.
Rounds here. This has got to be the exit. It's got to work for Imperial to give him any semblance of a half.
Makes me wonder if it might have something to do with that. But it shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter. But it could matter. But it shouldn't matter. We're not getting any image. Everything over here looks absolutely fine. Backlight's soldered okay. That's fine. There's literally nothing there. Literally nothing there. Well, I wonder. I'm gonna try it just for the heck of it, because it's not gonna take much to put it back, regardless. But
It's just crazy. Like, Upmine literally cast is like our first ever mythic cup. It's always actually crazy to think about. Like a long time ago. Like 5 years ago now.
We go, ladies and gentlemen, 15th round is coming up. Imperial, they need a fifth on the ball more than anything right now. Otherwise, that grand final dreams are going to get crushed by heroic to a plane.
Stones, we read the chat here, brother. If you want to like pop off like that, like shoot your shot, you'll probably fit in a lot better than me, chat. You know what I'm saying?
22 kills.
I'm good. It was my shot here, bro.
Reset beautifully. Still employing their signature brand.
ha! That was it.
Back to the 15-month reset. Thank you. Appreciate you.
But
I'm glad to see the proactivity stay in play. That's when heroic is falling apart.
do I not need to do that? Because I still see bars. All right, something's wrong here. So, okay. Weird. So, do I just need to do DAT 4? Maybe just DAT 4. Let's try that. Let's try that. Okay. Well, that makes sense. But the instructions said to do that, which is weird. I've got to... Maybe I read that wrong, but I could have sworn that he said that everything needed... All right, so we're going to do... So DAT 4 is this one. All right, yeah. I obviously you all didn't see that, but I got the Sega screen in the game to go. So we're gonna ground DAT 4 here. Now I might be remembering this wrong, but I swear to God, I'm gonna have to go back and check, because the weird thing is that this was like specifically mentioned as something that you needed to do if you're installing an IPS display, but obviously I misunderstood it, because alright, let's just get this on camera for this so that y'all can see I'm not going crazy here. But yeah, so DAT 4 does not need to go to ground. DAT 4 to 5 volts? Alright, I'm gonna take a quick station identification break and look at that.
Buy a deagle and you're gonna feel how it's like a bit different, right? Okay. And I bought a deagle, killed 4.
Alright.
This is the thing. And since then, I'm playing really close to the monitor.
Since then.
So it's playing his fault of my like way of shooting.
And Instead, you also need to send DAT4 to ground if using our IPS LCD or 5V if using a TFT LCD. Did they send me a TFT LCD? If they sent me a TFT LCD, I'm going to be so pissed.
It was actually last month as well. Our overpass was gone. And I was sleeping and creating different defaults.
It says send DAT4 to ground, and that's what I just did, and it is not. Alright, we're going to try this, because, dude, if they sent me it, that. Oh, if they sent me. They did. They must have sent me a TFT display. They must have. I'm looking for the hacking slip now, which I'm not sure if I even still have anymore. Son of a bitch. I'll look, but oh man, I'm gonna be so upset if they sent me a freaking TFT display instead of the LCD IPS that I ordered. Oh man, boy, does that kind of make me upset. I'm gonna have to check my email now.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready with the second half of the third map. We need to get
See,
to
it's-
the grand finals.
What,
And right
the
now,
content between? We're asking like 12 times.
step ahead of Imperial.
I'm
It
chill.
would have to be a miraculous comeback for the Brazilian squad to make their way back, because the Danes are looking
Or the
reinvigorated.
free
They're back
piss
once
story,
Might have been.
or the bag of chips getting opened by
Again.
Apex.
Oh, it's beautiful. Wonderful.
I don't know if they store my order history or not.
Oh no, yeah, this is a disaster for Imperial. If Heroic fled onto the bomb site, there's no way you're gonna get back into this one. And yeah, they're just going for it. Cello, you gotta hit some line.
Yeah, somebody has to shoot
jumper,
him.
but that's gonna be it.
Somebody actually has to shoot
They
them.
just spun out onto the bomb site. They were doing 360 jumps just
Probably
to make sure
doing
you didn't hit
donuts.
any shots. And it works. 4-on-4 now.
Yeah, no, it says I ordered the IPS screen, but
He's gonna go down to Fallen. Look at how low they are.
I think they sent me a
Cello has
TFT.
53, and that's the most. You don't have a kit right now. Couple of clock shots will get rid of
I think they legitimately sent me a TFT display, and we're going to prove that right now. So, now, the quick way. Now, you saw how the screen looked with all those bars. So, if I move that wire below to the 5V pad, which I'm going to go back and double check on that. Okay, so theoretically, if I send DAT5 to 5V, now theoretically, when I power this on now, if the bars go away, they have sent me a TFT display, and I'm going to have fucking words with them. So fucking annoying. Alright, let's try it. Nope, it is an IPS display. Okay, we are good. I think I'm just seeing natural, something natural. Okay. Woo, boy, I was so concerned there for a minute. I guess it's supposed to look like that. Let's go ahead and swap that back now. So we're gonna go ahead and pull the game card out.
Yeah, it's do or die time for Imperial. They gotta get something going into this gun round, or it's gonna be lights out for them.
All right.
Can't expect that they're gonna bring it back if it doesn't start here. This is where those fast plays come out, and the utility. Oh no, the utility's not great for Imperial.
All right. Now, basically, I'm gonna see if I can show you what was concerning me here. Oh, that's great. Just almost destroy the game card reader.
Normally we say if you're a man down on the CG side, you can take a risk. I feel like if you're out of grenade side, you almost have to
All right,
take a
so
risk.
let's see if we can get this in this view there. We can. Oh. Well, I was thinking that there's a black border, but I think that's just the, yeah, okay. I'm just an idiot. As the stream title, if it has not clued you in, it is not a clever trick on my part. I am in fact just a giant idiot for most of the time. So next thing we do is we just gotta snap this screen into place here. I know that sounds bad, but but this little bracket here is designed to hold the screen in. Well, don't do that. There we go. It's fine. I broke off 2 of these tabs, but as long as it's held into place, it's okay. I guess I would probably recommend not doing what I just did. But seeing as this is a 3D printed part, you could probably just have them send you another one. It's a little wonky, but it'll be fine. When I install it all.
And if those players weren't tagged up, there was no way back into that one. So, Imperial, they continue to fight on. A couple multi-frags here, much needed. So much damage inflicted.
Thought it was more flexible than it really was. That sucks. And also, the big reason why I hate 3D printed stuff. I'm good with it though. We'll fix it. We'll get it working perfectly. It's really not that big of a deal. All right, so a couple things we got to do. First thing we got to do is remove this audio board here. Now this audio board is the stock one. Nothing wrong with it. Absolutely nothing wrong with it. In fact, it's been recapped and whatnot. Let's strip a little bit. There we go. All right, so pull this out. Disconnect the new speaker. This is the original audio board. And what we got is this little guy. Okay. We're just going to slot him back into place. And then screw you back in. And this is just this isn't a necessary mod in my opinion, but because it is a little stripped, I guess. This is going to be my personal Game Gear. That's fine. I wanted to have every single thing I could do this. So basically, once I'm done with this, I actually don't think there will be anything I could really do to improve it. Okay, so how is this guy going? Because this is, oh, that's kind of interesting. The way this is held into place is not. Doesn't look like it's repairable. It's plastic welded. Well, that's unfortunate. I guess I can't pop that off, can I? It is literally welded plastic. Yeah, they told me that I was supposed to install the new speaker with this. So I gotta figure it out. Before it really kind of dunk up that screen lens. Alright, so it's a little hard for y'all to see, but plastic ring holding the speaker into place. Is not screwed in, but what like literally melted to itself. And I don't really have a way of pulling it apart. Oh, you do it that way, I guess. Let's see if I can't find that piece that I just pinged off into existence. Well, okay. If you use a plastic pry tool and apply enough pressure, you could pop it off the pegs, but I'm guessing I might end up just hot gluing this in.
Yeah, it'll still be possible. If you have it definitely will be a factor though. For something, and sitting around on your hands is not going to get it done for heroic. So you'd love to see some individual go for a play, paint, and he's trying to find that spam, but Stout now is just aware of his position. He's more or less locked him out. Yeah, so basically all I ended up doing there was just kind of breaking the plastic weld. You might end up just breaking the post too, but I may end up just getting rid of that ring and then using a small dab of some hot glue, or probably what I'm going to end up doing, because I don't know if I really want to try to attempt to remelt this on here. We could. There's no way it went the other way.
let's take the speaker out to make my life easier here. I know it went like this. Like that, like that. Okay, so maybe I can now just slide the speaker in. No, maybe not.
Yeah. It's easy for me to say all this shit, because I literally got to go to the fucking office and all that shit.
Yeah, like this little plastic ring doesn't want to fit around this new speaker, it feels like. I might actually just have to suck it up and bust out the hot glue here to get this to work. Oh, there we go.
Not gonna get too excited just yet. Imperials have a long way to go. Even with the flashy round from Fallen, and still you're not feeling great about your chances. So many things that broke as well in this one. Okay, all right.
Well, that's one way to do it. Just simply start cheating. Just don't get caught.
Have another crack at it, and Imperial can at least leave this with a little bit more dignity.
I wonder if I maybe just do that. There we go.
Grinding them. Every single little slip up here for Imperial will.
Optimism check. Extremely cautious. Shows gone from cautious optimism to extremely cautious.
Melting plastic sucks. Do I really want to do it for anything else? Let's just get ahead and go get a better look at this. Alright, so you can see how I kind of did a little weld right there. We're going to do the same thing for this guy. This is literally called plastic welding, and it is a shitty thing to do, but sometimes it's like what you're supposed to do. Okay. It literally stinks.
So sad. That's classic as well when you're trying to make these kind of comebacks.
Yeah, but let's do it.
Okay. Alright, well, we are plastic welded back into place. As much as it breaks my heart to do shit like that, I think it is exactly what we are meant to do. Now, all that's left is routing that cable up top properly and making sure it is not going to get caught in any of the screw boss. So when I go to attach things, yeah, and this is why I checked. Literally got a whole bunch of fingerprints on the inside of this lens.
People just scattering in multiple directions. And shallow. Let's see if they can go 4K.
Okay. Okay, we should be good there. Now I just need to.
Spray transfer. Like, was he moving there too? That was crazy. And he wasn't even impressed with it. Focus on the task at hand right now. Yeah, exactly. Everything matters now.
Last thing, I gotta just make sure these little button membranes make it back to their home. Okay. Let's keep the. Now, gotta pull this screen protector off here. And I shouldn't have done that, but we did. But what I can do.
No, it's true. I'm not saying I like that, I'm just saying, like, it's not always.
The shot on Kane, I was just like,
Bro, Limbs again with the fucking 5 games of shooting some nice times in chat again, bro.
Just want to pull out this DAT5 connection here, because for some reason we don't need it, even though the instructions tell me we need it.
him off guard. He was resting for the first part of this map, and now he's back online, getting a third shot in the round and hunting down Festus. He would have got the kill eventually, but Chill.
Okay. They win this time round, I'm invested.
That is going to be horrifying news if you are on the heroic side and you suddenly get the sense, wait a minute.
Oops.
That weekend was sort of fun.
Need to make sure we don't trap that. That's not what I wanted to do. But... Okay. That screen seems fine, but maybe not. Let's pop you out again here.
They believe now. They're 4 rounds away. That's
Well, should fly us all back out again, and we should have a rematch.
Right. I forgot. Membranes. Membranes, membranes. And I just lost one. Okay, so... Come on. I really don't like how these membranes are just floating so loose. It should just be easy to pop this in and go, but because the dumbass that is me broke the freaking bracket for the screen. Let's get the cartridge slots in.
Oh
Yeah,
man.
you gave him? No, Handsome did made sure that he actually invited me to the office at the time when Gaben would not be there.
Crazy. They are already lining it up.
That should be good.
Yes. Yeah. This could be one of the
We're back to cautious optimism. We're moving up, guys.
Such a lead. Oh, you're setting it up, Anders. It's devastating if that happens.
These are such scary rounds,
I
though.
don't think you're ever going to get used to losing in this fashion. You can't let it happen again. It's not just this one. It's the sort of mental integrity of the team going into the future.
And just going through with these fasteners. Let's go. Let's go. Come here.
It was there. It's not going to get any easier in these ones. To get
Actually, though, yeah.
kills from Tessus and still squander the opportunity. A multi-frag from Vinny, the multi-frag from Bolts. Hold on.
Get you in there. Ooh. That's why I probably really need to get myself an electric screwdriver.
Bomb down, so it shouldn't be too weird, right? Okay.
Alright, well that should be the last motherboard screw, and then we're going to do a quick audio test just to make sure that's all still working. Which again, I don't really see why it wouldn't be, because this whole thing is so simple that
My personal favorite out of this Grounders duo is when Scrawny's going ape shit, Grounders doesn't say a word, and then the round comes to a pause, or like it ends, and you just hear Lunda's go.
That's wow. That's an opportunity to have another full five. This is going to be Heroic's last
yeah,
one.
I'll just do this real quick.
Scrawny's just literally lost his fucking mind, and then just left. Wow.
Knowing he's going to have to stop those A execs, and he's done a great job. He let one slip. He let one slip, and that's going to haunt him. But he has six.
Oh, for sure, Petey. Like I said, I think he could be good. He's still like,
He's tied up.
I think this is only the third time he's done this.
27 kills. We said it at the end of the half, right? They needed somebody to match Stone's energy, and it was Bolts who answered that calling. Round number 29 here. True still is Imperial. One slip up, and this is all just theoretical.
Alright.
Oh my god, why you gotta say that, Isaac, dude?
No display. Red light. I messed something up, huh? Okay, that's why that's like that. Now, volume. Okay. Well, I screwed something up, folks.
The two players, but they're pushing actually. Jota and Ulta pushing up B right now. They're pushing up Secret, and they can hear everything. Oh, this might be the winning play right
There we
here
go.
for Imperial. If they're able to surprise her from Secret, this is everything. Yeah, they're coming lined up. He's pulling it in. Really gets a kill, and that's a stretch from everything there. One versus five here. He's gonna get a couple of kills, but this is a 10 million round. If you could bring this one back,
Gotcha. We are good to go. I just got to pull this off now.
And the fan favorites in Imperial, they keep giving everybody something to scream about.
Oh boy, this has been a journey, huh? Still, I'm really confused about that 4 thing now. Maybe I got a board where it wasn't necessary anymore. I mean, I don't think that's the case, but
You take all those risks to get back into this one. You tense up at these kinds of moments when you know you're on the precipice of sending it to overtime. Let's see if I can bring it. Yours is up here. I think he knows. Flash shot over. Tess is not really looking for it. How would you check his position? You have no idea.
wait, I did send that 4 to ground, but I didn't have to send the other signal to ground. Yeah.
The entire semi-final rides on this bullet. He swings wide for it. It's ready to go down. Charlie on the other side, and he can't do this. Oh my God! Come on! That's the only thing is the element of surprise, and he's going to be
Wow. Imperial holding on, forcing the OT. Man, what a game this has been.
This is unbelievable. The demons once again festering for Heroic, and Imperial showing the championship blood that runs courses through the veins of Fallen. Oh no, dude. You expect to see it. You're in Rio playing. We're in Washington, D.C. Fallen is worldwide. He's doing becoming our next game, bro. Don't you worry.
Oh no, I'm not. Okay. All right, final test. Okay, helps to put a game in. Here we go, folks. And we'll do a quick. Boy, that's loud. Yes, that's exactly why I bought it. Yeah, I think it was. Button 2, maybe? Alright, well, OSD is not working. Alright, let me just go check on that real quick. OSD.
I don't know what kind of witchcraft is at play. There's no way Fallen should have been able to get more than 0 there. Yes. After missing the first shot, that's not a doable repeat. That's unbelievable.
Hold down start 2 and left. Change between screens, size.
He's pulling out just rabbits out of hats every single round.
Holy shit.
Hold start 2 left to get into the menu. Yeah. So it's not working. That's not working.
This is fucking unreal, man.
Let's try this again. Start 2 and left. You just gotta. You have to hold it. Okay. Start to get in. Oof. Definitely like it without the pixel. And then color mode. That's good. And true motion, I have no idea what that is. Alright. I wonder if I have to. Does it just go? There we go. Okay. Alright. So now the other test here is I want to just make sure it still works with my EverDrive cart, which I don't see why it wouldn't, but looks to be just fine. Let's see. I don't think I had some sort of Sonic Drift. Yes. Okay. It's not happy right now. It's wow, that's really funky. Okay. Could be an emulation thing. Let me try a different game. I wonder if it's drawing too much power. Fuck. That was not cool. Yeah, this is why I test things, but like it's fun until I start playing the game. Then it just like sucking up too much power. Hey, look at that. Yeah, it's running out. It feels like. It very well could be the actual emulation. The ROM could be shit, but generally not the case. We'll just try another one here. We'll try Alien Syndrome. See if it does the same thing. Yeah, very well could have just been that game. Seems to be fine with everything else. Okay. Try one more game here just to double check. Could have just been that game. You know, sometimes those ROMs are a little weird. And then sometimes they don't play too nice with the flashcards. Let's try Desert Strike here, because that's a pretty demanding game. Yeah, see, this is not working.
Jesus, only said I was there a bit on T-side. You went up the whole flight. Did you just get back from yoga?
Such a string.
Weird.
Games may have that momentum.
Or he gets back home and decides to fucking murder someone.
Impossible to deal with. Imperial have had no answers.
Let's try like a Sega Master System game.
Their point of attack. Oh no, a gap in the smoke. It's gonna give Rourke so much information about what's going on.
Something is really not good here. I wonder if this is the result of the other line not going to 5-volt, but I don't think so. I literally did not have this issue with. Like Aladdin? You really just could. It could just be the ROM's just not liking the cart. This is fine. This is like. This is playing okay. Okay. All right. Well, I'm just gonna have to fool with it. It could just be, you know. Unfortunately, that's the rub of using flashcards is they're not always the most reliable. There are games that they can't play. Could be a ROM problem. All right. But for the most part, we look to be okay here. And let's get a quick little rub down some alcohol. There we go. Good enough for me. That right there is the ultimate Game Gear. You have your LiPo batteries. You have your USB-C power board with modern components. You have the clean amp, which is louder sound, monitor speaker, LiPo batteries. You have your flash card and the brand new V2 clean screen driver board plus an IPS display. This thing is literally the nicest it can get besides buying a brand new replacement shell, which I am not going to do. So, we get to put this back with my collection and call it a day. Finally got this done. Oh man, Heroic just won it. And they won me 10K with the channel points. GG's Heroic. What a game, man.
He said it as a joke that it was another top four, and they're happy about that. That was a joke, but this game was no laughing matter. Oh, no, definitely not. They wielded that meme magic together.
Cool. All right, now, while I'm still here at the station, I do have a customer bill that I am working on currently, and Miss Lelia has sent me her personal Game Boy for refreshment. Did some work on it yesterday and found that some of the battery contacts were corroded. Clean them up and got them working. I'm thinking I'm going to have to replace one of them, though. The one on the board. And the reason I say that is because it works on battery power, but if you do jiggle the unit some, it does lose contact, and that particular one had lost a lot of the plating, and I was able to bring some of it back by scraping off some of the rust, but for the most part, it had been eaten away. So it does make a connection, but it's a little shaky, and I'd like to just give her a clean one, and that way she'll have a solid connection all the time when she uses batteries. AC power works fine. She has asked me to keep it as stock as possible, so I'm going to honor that request. The screen on this is damaged. I do have, luckily, a mostly usable screen that she seemed to be happy with. So I will just swap that out for her free of charge because I have $0 invested in that screen and they're not really worth much anyway. So what we're doing now is pulling the old one off. I feel like I'm missing a screw. Am I missing a screw? No. Literally just... Oh, it's probably adhesive around here. So the plastic lens has also become dislodged. So, oh, actually, she did. I did say I was going to try and take a look at the. I wanted to look at this ribbon right here. I don't think. Sometimes. Yeah, I don't know if they mean the ribbon on the actual LCD or what. So I'll see if I can get this to display for y'all. Basically, the left and right hand portions of the screen are just not displaying pixels. Yeah, it's hard to see, but like this is cut off, that's cut off. Yeah, you can see it now. So, kind of just, yeah, I can get some of them to come back by like pressing on this ribbon. So like these, whatever the contact is underneath this screen right here. It's a connection issue with the way this is. Yeah, I can sort of bring it back to life. All right, well, I'm going to see what I can do because I've got a replacement for her that works. I shouldn't have done that, honestly, but shit. I do have. I do have the spare screen that I know works, and it's good enough to give full image. The polarizer's starting to get a little wonky on it, but thankfully the polarizers are replaceable. Actually, never actually worked on one of these screens before because usually not really worth it. But in the case of Miss Lelia, and this is I think her childhood Game Boy. I just don't think whatever I'm going to do here is going to work. Because I think the problem really lies here. And the connection comes up from here into the screen there. Because looking at the back of this, you can see there's all the solder connections underneath this plastic or glass or whatever it is. I just don't. I don't think anything I do here is gonna fix that. I mean, I could try to maybe reflow it, but if this is plastic, which I'm pretty maybe it's glass. Still think I'm gonna end up destroying this. I don't know if it's worth it. I just don't know if it's worth it. I mean, I could try. I could try. Let's see is this? I think. See, those all look fine. And I think when I flip this over and look, I'm not going to even really see anything. So this is the. It's really hard to see, but man, see all those. Yeah. I just don't know. Like I could try, but I don't think they're soldered. I think they're adhered. Like I think they're glued. I just don't know if it's worth it. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave this alone. And the only reason I'm going to leave this alone is because I'm going to send this back to her so that she can keep it. And then if someone better than me decides they can fix it, she'll have it to be fixed. But I just don't think it's worth it. I'm being real honest. Like, I just don't. I think anything I'm due is just going to make things worse. Like, I think I'm going to either ruin the board somehow or I'd rather send this back to her so that she could keep it And, you know, if something changes, or if I'm somehow able to find like a modern replacement for this, which I don't think they make dot matrix displays anymore. I just don't know. Okay, so basically now what I got to do is, so we just have a simple speaker here. Essentially just need to pull that out, because the new board I have, I pulled the speaker off of. So this right here. Okay, looking good there. Now, let's see here. Probably gonna need to grab my solder braid.
The hard thing is, it's like you just have to think now at this point, will they get another chance to show us they can do this? I know. Will the lineup get a chance? Because we're heading into the player break. Who knows what's going to happen? But is there like going to be one more event somewhere we can see
How we
if
feeling,
Imperial
chat? How we
is this a
feeling?
flash in the pan, or was this them like, is something going to click and say they figured it out? They had some tough conversations after a game like this to have to be like, all right, guys, can we actually be like this?
There's one more tough conversation to have as we're looking at our first finalist. Heroic, you were painting the picture before this matchup that this should be the easiest path through. It was anything but. And once again, we have them giving interviews where they say, well, I guess we lose now.
All right, perfect. Clean those suckers up now. Hopefully, solid core wire, so these should just slide on through. Or not, because it's just enough solder on the end of them to make them a pain in the butt, huh? Let's see here. Yeah. That's the problem with this through-hole shit. I might be able to clean this up some. Maybe. But fortunately, usually once you get solder on a wire like this, it's pretty impossible. Well, I lied. I got one, got two. All right. Love making a liar out of myself here. So, looking good, looking good. All right.
Oh shit.
Sorry, I know it's off screen here, but just gonna be doing a quick little tap solder anyway. Nothing special. Just gotta kind of tack them into place, and then I can.
Going pretty well, I'd say, right? Script is going pretty well.
All right. So this guy right here needs to have.
Warzone just because this thing's a fucking behemoth.
Perfect.
And I forgot that I still even have it installed because I haven't played it in so long.
And there we go. Now we've got our speaker. And so what we can do real quick.
Guys, it's in 20 minutes. I don't think I have time for this. I'm gonna be real. Yeah. Listen, depending on how the game goes, I might play a hub game after, alright? No, my hub game are short games, but even in 20 minutes, it's like, yeah.
So we just want to do a quick function test here. I just want to make sure the speaker's working.
Oh, let's see. How fast is it downloading?
It is
ISO 82, 88, maybe an X 100. Yeah, just flying, baby. Going, we're zooming.
The audio just feels so low on this.
Yeah, Epic is, you know, until you go through and turn off every notification that they've ever put into that thing, you have to, like, yeah, you have to do a lot. Yeah. Battle.net is usable, but I still don't like it, but I love the download speed.
I'm really concerned about that. It just feels too low, you know? So what I'm going to do is I've got mine. Now, mine's essentially stock minus the screen, but that shouldn't matter. But I didn't. Let's just.
Major champions in Vitality, and we've got G2, the team that would have had an era.
Download from his team is decent, but then it, like, falls off. But, like, this shit just fucking goes.
No. Okay. That feels about normal, I guess. All right, so I'm just in my head, in my head, zombie. Man, this screen got seriously, like, gross somehow. Let's wipe this off real fast.
Oh my god, what player? No way, dude. What are these?
I wonder if it's on the inside. It has to be. Shit. Maybe? Nah. Yeah, it has to be on the inside. That's no big deal. I'll have to clean it out on the inside on this mine, but okay, well, good news is I think the audio is fine, so we'll just go ahead and proceed as nothing else seems to work. And
It's like what happens when you have the best wrestler of all time on your team, when Nico, when you have someone like Modesty, who's like the next up and coming phenom offer, who's already done incredible things. When you have just this solid players of Hunter and JKS, who are excellent, who are underrated. Like when you have those players and those names, you have to deliver more.
Bro, what the fuck?
okay, well, that's good news. Good news. Good news. So that means that we can now just go ahead and set this off to the side here. Set this off to the side here. And then we're going to put her original screen into a baggie. That way she can hold on to her childhood some more. Set that aside so I know it's hers. Now, here comes the fun part. Let's see about getting this plastic lens cleaned up some.
It is interesting to see, and it's always been a question of the voices outside the team versus the voices in, and to hear from the voices inside the team. We caught up with a little bit of G2 to hear how they're feeling about this.
You could remark on to Alice. I feel like the main thing we've been noticing in every interview with Slotty when what's he seated there, and was there any expectation for like that? I mean, he like he's understand that maybe the time that he's expecting a lot of things and especially because he's the guy that I think something will not really work together. He's on the take my right thing and say, I mean, I'm not the guy who's doing that, but he is, and it gives you hard.
And this is a pretty good example of why these plastic lenses are kind of crappy. They do end up getting really cloudy and scratched up, and fortunately there's really not much you can do about it. I can all I can really do is just clean it up for her. Actually, I think we're kind of lucky on this because these all hook into posts, so I should be able to not worry about membranes kind of coming undone here. Alright, you know what? Just for... I gotta clean them anyway, so we'll go ahead and... Okay. Okay, so now we're gonna set that aside real quick. Let's just go ahead and do the same thing. We're just gonna... I really just need to go find... This is not working for me. Napkins are never a good choice. Neither are paper towels, really, but they do work better than most. Really wish I had a roll of blue cloth. I should have bought one. Someone had linked me to some for a pretty decent price. Alright, but for now, we should be able to make paper towel work. These don't disintegrate as easily as napkins do. Same thing with, on the Game Boy that we did with the Game Gear. We're just going to try to clean up some of this old glue as best we can. That way when I put my double-sided tape down, it'll lie a little bit flatter. As you can see, this stuff is like, there isn't even any stickiness to it anymore. It is just brittle. In fact, when I pulled the console apart, the lens just kind of flopped out. It's like, well, I guess I'm fixing that too, which is fine. I don't really expect any less. Let me see. This was released in 1980, 88, 89. Now, I don't know what year her console came from, but even if it was for the 90s, you're talking 30-year-old adhesive is not going to really hold up all that well. But looking at the Game Boy logo, this looks like it's a early to mid 90s revision. You have the blue and the Game Boy in a specific font. Alright. Should be good enough. Now, what I'm going to be using is a little bit of this double-sided tape meant for LCD screens installs. It is very sticky and very, very thin. So we'll get a couple of strips cut up. Had this for a while because I bought this for use on my Switch lights. Alright. Interesting roll of tape. Trying to figure out where the end is here. It looks like it was right here, but it's smooth. There's no lip. This side, same thing. Smooth, no lip. That's got to be how I get into it. But I don't know how. There we go. Okay. Oop. Pulled off more than I intended to, but All right, we're going to apply.
Yeah, they won 2 tournaments.
Right? It was the Black Premier World Finals. It was that moment.
Everybody said they won, but it's way too quick.
They might be headed towards a bit of a shift, and they rallied around Buxi in particular as he dealt with personal tragedy, and they lifted a trophy. But you're right there, but obviously
We're gonna toss that. That's just no good anymore. And trying to not touch this with my fingers as much as possible, but I think I'm going to have to.
So we're just wondering, where the hell did that go? When did that stop? I cannot even pinpoint in my head the moment where it kind of slipped away because it felt like all the pieces were lined up. Looks good going into pro league as well, and yeah, just didn't carry over nearly as much as you would have liked. Yeah, that's it's been tough for G2 to find that kind of consistency, but like we know it's there, and we know it's available to them. And then I don't know, it's such a hard thing to pinpoint because you don't know exactly why it's disappeared, and that's the story of G2. And that's what makes it
Jim, we have maybe dinner, or something like that. I don't know.
Okay. Kind of screwed up a little bit.
Then the match. I know they won global academy stage. I'm a D2. I feel like
shifting over to the other side of the stage, vitality.
that's right, by the way.
Just
Bam, I appreciate
rather than deal with mediocrity, let's just start over. And I think what we're gonna do is just choose to do this. If I have to waste a little, that's fine. Stuff isn't too terribly expensive.
for the match because these jolly retro gambas.
Yeah, that's been look, and that becomes the thing that you have to focus your eyes on because I mean the conversation on the major winning teams is always when you just hit that peak, when you just hit that goal, what do you have next?
Not bad,
And that's why we always see that kind of major winner
Not bad.
being able to handle the next event. But for Vitality, it's gonna be like, yeah, we have a major trophy, but we still have to prove that we were the best. Well, we didn't have to face any of the top teams on that
For
path.
an 85 gig game, we're kind of cruising.
If you want to talk about finding the peak, this reflects a climb up a peak.
Okay. And then. Oh no.
I did see shots right for character die because of lag. I've done look at download for I haven't done shit. Don't say anything. I literally just want to go in and fucking raw, bro.
Okay, now just want to trim off this little end here so we don't lie on top of each other. Perfect. That should be good. Yeah, so we got a nice little outline of adhesive, and then I'm going to stick this back on like so. It should just all fall back in the spot. So make my life easier here because I'm half blind. I gotta figure out how to get the top layer of this plastic off. Might need to switch to okay, so see the pink stuff. When you pull this pink stuff off, it should just be nice and clear, yeah. Perfect. Okay. And we're gonna.
I mean, every tournament is special in some way, you know.
Trick is to
Of course, we want to win here as well.
make sure you keep
We
your
have
freaking fingers away from this shit.
winning 3 tournaments in a row, so I think that's, you know, I think we will be the only team this year or the last 1.5 years to actually manage to do that. So I think that's obviously also something. So yeah, but we have a lot on the line, but G2 is also been in the slump for a long time now, so they also want to come
Got
back
it.
and, you know, show
Okay.
that they're still a top team.
And it's only G2 being a top team.
One of the biggest?
Obviously, that goal.
I think the difference will be on the game for sure.
I think in general we have a really strong map build, and I think that's one of our strengths right now is that even though people they might try and go for a weaker map of us, we're still really good on the map. So
Okay, one more, guys. One more. Okay.
our map build is
Because the overpass
all
man.
around really good, so that's definitely an advantage.
Okay.
They might pick some absolute.
That should end that. Now we grab our nice little plastic lens here. And we're going to line up the power LED hole properly. We're going to do that. Okay.
Believing too much in ourselves, but you know, following the plan that we have been doing. So yeah, I think
Okay.
right now, not too many weaknesses, but of course every team has a weakness in some way. So yeah.
Cool. That is wonderfully stuck into place now and should hold up for a few more years at the very least. And now we can just go ahead and. Alright, so let us take a look at her membranes real quick. These do need a scrub, so we'll hit them with some alcohol. It does look like her buttons could use just a bit of alcohol as well. And alright. Okay. Ooh. Same thing on the other side here. Scrub off these carbon pads a little bit, just in case.
Yeah, I really like that. I think I just it's cool here to just say, yeah, it's on them. Can they actually show up and play the maps? They're like, I don't care, we're strong, we're good, I'm comfortable. It's all on us. That's exactly what you said. It's a bit of every reason to have confidence in what they can do. And the pieces hit at the right time, and now they're just riding that wave of strength. You've got Zayu back in the championship. You had Sphinx wake up massively in their previous series, and those are the two stars where you're looking for that firepower to light the way.
Yes, but it cannot just be them, right? And I think that the trophies that Vitality had lifted prove that you've had also performances from Magis, you had the 3-step up in Paris, that was the case. Apex, I think, was an unsuspected hero of the last series they played. It was much better than it usually is, so it cannot just be.
Kind of surprising how much dirt mixing on these things here. But thankfully it's always an easy fix, and it's not really what you really got to worry about are these black pads, because these are what actually form the conductive contact to make the button inputs go. So if those aren't right, grab this guy now. Let's do this one more. This is the start and select button. These don't actually have any plastic, just a straight rubber mold. And if you talk to the purists here, they'll always tell you that the original membranes, there's nothing better. That all the repros just are not as good. Which I could potentially maybe understand. They might not feel the same. I wouldn't say they're not as good. But if you're looking for something that feels exactly like the original, and then use the original membranes. Otherwise, I think the repros are generally fine. Cool. All right. Buttons. Give you a little scrubby scrub here. I hate that sensation. Always hated this sensation of bristles on my skin, but ugh, sent shivers up my spine. Alright, let's get you put back in place here. So, like all Nintendo products, the buttons are indexed. They only go in one way. And thankfully with these, the membranes are indexed as well. So there's little pegs to plug them into. Holds everything into place and lets you know you're putting things on the right way. Alright, now one, two. Uh-oh. Well, this should be okay. There's enough wire there to not be a problem. Okay. Cool. And then for us, I don't know why I'm doing this, but just to keep things from getting too dirty. And we're just gonna screw all you back in. There's a lot of screws for this one. So all marked with circles though. So at the very least, you can just take a look for the circles and make sure there's a screw sticking out of it. Don't like that. There we go. I am going to actually move up a bit size. I'm hearing that click and it means I'm usually just a half size too short or full size, I guess. Yeah, that's much better. Just making our way around the board. Oh, shit, is my... I wonder if my... shit. It did, didn't it? No? No, okay. There we go. Okay. Oh, I thought my wireless mic died on me there for a minute. I've been having problems with that lately. One of these days I'll actually, my phone went offline? Something's not right here. I thought we had another Counter-Strike match coming up. So I offered to recap this for her, but she seemed to think that it was not necessary, which I don't think it's necessary either. They do start to fail, and I did let her know that if it did need it, just to send it on back, and I'd be happy to do it. I was a little concerned that the audio might be too low, which can be a sign of the capacitor starting to fail, but not always. Alright, that does that. So we're good there. Now, the one thing I did need to do here, part of me wants to kind of like, yeah, I probably should just go ahead and, let's just go ahead and replace that. I think I'm just holding everything in here with batteries, so this should just pop right on out. And there we go. Okay. So just go ahead and just stuff the batteries back in the console real quick. And all right. Ooh, forgot one side has no spring, so that'll hold everything in place for me. Cool. So let's get this under the microscope and not throw that cloth on the ground because I kind of need that. I'll show you what I mean here, so you can see. Maybe. Zoom down. I am. I don't know if I actually can show you on. Well, it just doesn't. It's yeah. This is the one that I want to replace. I think I'm going to replace it, and it is just a single post right there. I should theoretically grab a pair of curve here. Should just be able to heat up and push, and then I could wick away. Okay, perfect. Now, thankfully, I actually do have plenty of spare Game Boy ports. I got a box of them, or a couple of them sent to me from someone in California that I know from a Discord I'm a part of, who just didn't have time for them anymore, and I've been keeping them for spares ever since. That's actually where the screen came from as well. Perfect. I think I might need to swap my tips out here. Yeah, this thing is just, it's so corroded and gross. And I'm pretty, like 99% sure that is what was causing the intermittent contact. It was like I could get the batteries to work after cleaning it, but it's kind of like if I tapped on the back of it or used any sort of percussive force, it ended up just shutting off and shutting back on again. And now, take a look at this guy. You can see how clean that looks. So let's go ahead and just get that there. We're going to do the same thing. I think we are just going to perfect. Now, ooh, not perfect. Okay, well, I thought it fell out, and it is literally just barely hanging on by a thread there. So we're gonna heat up again. What did I melt? Plastic bag? Yeah, plastic bag. Cool. I love the smell of melted plastic on my soldering iron. It smells so good. God dang it. Well, neat. If I mentioned how I really need to redo my bench again. There we go. Well, technically, the iron holding I'm using is not meant for the soldering iron I have. So what happens is the end of it comes out. Oh, that should hopefully. Oh no. Okay, this should be in the board. That yeah. Okay. Oh, and I cleaned this one out too. Sort of. Nah, I definitely need to have some work to do to get this through hole to be a through hole. So this is the one I want. This is the one I don't want. And maybe now I can show you how corroded. See how crappy that looks, and then see how shiny that looks? Yeah. Alright. It really doesn't take much to corrode this crap, honestly. But the big problem is that they're just so old, like it's just old. It's really the only thing that's going on here. General oxidation. Alright, that should let me put it through. And solder to the other side. I might actually need to, yeah, it looks like this Unfortunately, kind of the crappy thing about let's see here. I'm gonna have to hold this with tweezers because I will burn my fingers so bad. So we're just gonna see if we can't just scrape some of this spent solder off here. I know it's not the greatest focus, but I might end up just using some braid on this. Maybe, but for the most part right now, it does seem like it's cooperating with me. Okay. Try it again, maybe. It's still a little warm, but now the other thing I could do is just apply some heat. Yeah, it's literally just got just a tiny bit too much solder on it. Now y'all can't really see it. Unfortunately, it's not something I can do under a microscope. Yeah, so my guess is that there's literally just too much solder on top there. So let's go ahead and see if maybe we can wick some of this away. This is going to be difficult. Okay. Check the other side. We'll try this, and then if I have to do the other side, I'll do the other side too, but could also use like a solder pump or something to try to suck it off. That's what she said. Ha 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 ha. That looks like it's gonna work though. Maybe? No? Really? And it does not like me today, huh? Okay, let's try it with this. Now, the only issue I'm going to have on this side is that let's use some fresh braid too. Yeah, see, I just don't have anything to counterweight this properly. Let's see if maybe that might work. Okay. It's going to be a little tricky getting in there, but if I'm careful enough. Nah, it's just not. Wonder. Do this. Should be able to maybe. No, that's just. It's like not pressing down on it right. Trying to figure out what else I have that might be able to hold this down. See if maybe I could just preheat a little bit. It's really not wanting to cooperate with me. It's probably due to the tip size too. That's my next solution, really. It's clear. It's not clear, but I pulled off as much as I could. Yeah, it's literally just bending when I go to try to insert it. I think, is there any way I could like partially insert it then heat it? Could try this. It's a little risky. That's not the issue. That's this side. All right, so let's go ahead and we're going to go with a thicker tip. Microphone actually did die on me. I've got to get better microphones. Just make sure they're still working now. There you are, right there. Yeah, now we're working again. Well, I hope you're still there, Felchi. I'm an idiot. I gotta get a dedicated mic. These wireless mics were kind of a neat idea, but there's no warning that the battery's about to die on them. And for some reason, like in OBS, that it just keeps scrolling that section up on me, so I can't even really keep a good eye on it. Okay. Now we're going to install this and make sure that's in line. Okay, we are good there. So there is a little DC power board right here, and you got to make sure that the wires don't get trapped in that screw boss. And then now the case screws are tri-wings, and then the Movo screws should be Phillips. So these should be all the Movo screws. Actually, just oh wait, nope, that's not right. Okay, so I know that this does go like that. I'm only going to do one. And then this one. So I guess there's only two legitimate Mobo screws. The rest are going to be coming through from the case. Maybe we'll do this. Now, one, two. Where are they? See, they don't mark them on these boards. It's just those right there. Is that it? That's got to be it. Yeah, that's got to be it. Yep, sure is. I'm doing this kind of on the assumption that everything is going to be hunky-dory, but, you know, it might not be hunky-dory, but we will find out in just a second. Hey, what's up, Felchi? Excuse me. How you doing? Sorry about that. My microphone died on me. Okay, so this is, Felchi, this is a customer, or I don't want to say a customer, it was a commissioned repair. Someone I had sold a Game Boy Color to, and this is her childhood original Game Boy. Came to me with no power, and then I had to swap out a display for her as well. But we should have her up and running now. This is the worst part about DMGs, honestly. I always feel like I'm gonna damage this. The transmission in my 17 accent is dying and requires replacement. What 2017 is dead? How many miles do you have on that thing, man? I mean, holy shit! You have powertrain warranty? That's crazy. If your tranny's dying on a freaking 17, then you've got some issues, man. I'd be pissed. Unless you're just driving everywhere, which you very well could be. Oh crap! I'm gonna have to undo all this work anyway because I forgot the power switch. But 17, man, that's a Honda too. Like, all right, we are working. But before I can really say that, I'm gonna put that power switch back. I think I'm unfortunately gonna have to pull the Mobo out again, but I might be able to slide this in there. I'm just gonna get ready to pull the Mobo out. Let's see here, less than 60K, and it was used to be a rental. Oof, yeah, bud, that's your problem right there, unfortunately. Rental cars are notoriously treated like shit, and yeah, you probably got a car that some dude just decided to go pull donuts in or something, like that sucks, man. And the powertrain just passed. Jeez, ugh, bro. I don't know. I'd still see if there's anything you could do warranty wise. Doubt it, because usually they don't give a shit. You're just a pile of money to them at that point. Where's my game? There's my game. Yeah, that sucks, dude. All right. Cool. Got that working. It's okay. I factored all in the price of buying used. Probably still better off than most people buying cars nowadays. Depending on the vehicle that you're trying to buy, I would say yes. Cars are exorbitantly expensive right now, and if you are a truck lover like I am a truck lover, uh, uh, ungodly expensive. I bought my current truck, brand new, right before COVID started. Literally, like the December of COVID, like the very very first month of COVID, and the dealer gets in touch with me like twice, 3 times a year now to try to buy it off me because it's like super low mileage and like so desirable. Yeah, that's and dude, I'm totally with you. When my first car died, I was in not the greatest spot in my life, but I was in a very good spot compared to where I was just a year or so before. And if I was still in that spot that I was in a year before, I wouldn't have been able to afford the vehicle. And I mean, it wasn't the nicest vehicle or anything, but my job was actually paying me enough that I could afford to lease a brand new vehicle. Where before, if I had gotten in some trouble with my car, I was not in a good spot. In fact, I had gotten into trouble with my car in a few spots, and I had to do home repairs because I literally just couldn't afford it. And then it got to the point when it finally died on me. The mechanic was like, "You need like $1,200 to $1,600 worth of work done in this," and the car was only worth like $600. So it was no good. But yeah, that's that. Hey man, I'm congrats too. I mean, I'm glad for you. At least you can get it sorted, and you're kind of doing a little bit better off now. I know that you got the new position, which I'm assuming came with the higher salary. And money is not everything, but money does make life so much easier. It doesn't. It's not happiness. It doesn't solve all life's problems, but holy shit, does having a good salary actually kind of make the difference in a lot of things in your life. So, good on you at least, man. At least you made some moves and got yourself into a better spot. All right, let's try this one more time here. Let's try it one more time with a game in. Okay, well, it does seem like it's working. It's kind of hard for me to show it on screen. These old displays just do not want to play nice with anything but perfect lighting. Okay, well, and perfection. Okay, well, Miss Lelia has a now functional Game Boy. And it is as stock as it's going to be, quite honest. I can't really make it any more stock than this. Money can't buy happiness, poverty doesn't buy anything. But that's a great statement. That is a great statement. Yeah, and I 100% agree. I am not, by societal standards, a very rich person, but I have more than enough money that I know what to do with sometimes. And to me, that's filthy rich. Of course, if I had more money, I could do a lot more, but I'm totally happy. In fact, if I had more money, it would most likely just go back to my dad, which is pretty much where all my money is going these days anyway, because my folks are not doing too well financially themselves. And so I'm having to step up and cover a lot of their expenses and whatnot. Got some bad health news for my dad just recently as well. So I mean, it's been rough all around in that aspect, and having a little extra money right now would make a lot of that a lot easier. Yeah, this is an easy fix though, Felchi. It was just simple, just battery corrosion, battery terminal corrosion. So cleaned off what I could, swapped out what I needed to, and I take great, and I really, really, utterly mean this, I take really great satisfaction in bringing someone's childhood toy back to life, because I totally, totally understand that sentimental value. And that was a huge reason why I kind of got into this, because I wanted to be able to help people fix their stuff and do it at reasonable prices, if not free, which is exactly what I'm going to be charging her. It's just return shipping on this is all I will need. And man, that is looking good. All right. But yeah, I just I'm a gamer. I love playing games, and lots of good memories on this game on a Game Boy myself. So I totally get it. Just being able to fix someone's childhood is pretty fucking cool to me. Mm. Man, what a day. So this is her original screen right here. And I will ship that back to her as well. And I think I'm just gonna call it a day on that. Honestly, it's a good way to end it. I got my Game Gears upgraded, both of them, and got the Game Boy repaired for Lelia. That's kind of what I wanted to do for my Mod Saturdays today. And then next week, when I get back to this, I'm hopefully... Well, actually, you know what? I want to do the Nintendo next week, but I just got my Atari Lynx stuff in today. And, I'm going to show this off, too. This is something I'm super looking forward to. So this thing right here is now the literal holy grail of my collection. And what this is a Turbo Express. And if you're unfamiliar with what a Turbo Express is, it is a portable TurboGrafx 16. And I don't blame you for not knowing it if you don't know it, because they produce so little of these that they're worth a shit ton of money. And I am unbelievably nervous right now because that thing completely broken cost me $300. And if I screw something up on it, it is almost always going to be GG's, because there's just no spare parts for it. It's very, very difficult. So it's going to be a very nerve-wracking repair. I am still looking forward to it. Not only will I be repairing it, I will be upgrading the screen in it as well. And so I don't know if I think I'm gonna do the links. Maybe I'll do the links next week, and then I'll recap the turbo. So right now the TurboGrafx it takes powers the backlight to the screen, but it won't play the game and it won't show anything on the screen. So, first things first, you got to replace all the capacitors, and I'm gonna get that done next week. See if I get it working, and then I'll work on the screen mod, because the screen mod's a lot of work. So I think that's probably what we're going to do next week. We will do the Lynxes, because I've got two of them. I'm going to need to recap and redo the power circuits on them. Then we will do maybe a recap of the Turbo Express if I have time, because I know a lot of folks that I've been talking to that I told that I got it were interested in seeing that. So hopefully that will be a good stream next week. But I will be back tomorrow. And we will be working on some switches again. And I don't know what else we're going to do tomorrow. I got switches. I got an Xbox Series X I could work on. Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis stuff. So I've got a ton of potential projects for tomorrow. I think I'd like to work on these switches, though, honestly, and just get them up and running. And then, eventually we'll move towards working on that Series X. And I do have a fully built, I do have a large or long project for building Nintendo by hand that I've been waiting to do since like last November, October, maybe even September. Shit, I've had those parts for ages now. Anyhow, I do appreciate anybody that stopped by, maybe watching this later. Thank you so much, Felty, for popping in and putting up with my crappy microphone issues. I will be back tomorrow, hopefully around like 10 or 11 a.m. Central Standard Time, and do a nice long stream and get some Nintendos fixed tomorrow. It was a pretty good day today. It's a little late, but I'm looking forward to taking the evening off and relaxing. And I hope you all do the same. Have a good evening. Hopefully I'll see you back here tomorrow. If not, maybe see you back here next week. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, and take it easy. All right, guys, take it easy. Later.